Yeah. Half undressed. What's going on? So, must be fun coming our way, apparently. Because Charlo says, epic and fun, and now Greg with his, professional trailer. Let's put it that way. So, hi, NFJ. Where are yours first? You must read my mind and be ready, ready, ready. So, must be fun coming on NFJ because Shiloh and Greg are intimating that, fun is around the corner. So, obviously, that's a good thing. Just first again, yes, you're super, super, super. What up? All good? All good. So, I've just thrown a few words there and I'm just thinking about the fun that's supposed to be heading our way because Greg is talking about fun and Shiloh is talking about fun. Obviously, Shiloh added epic to that, so fun and epic. And I threw a load of words out that in the poem should be fairly important. And they're about it, found, begin, it, found, begin, the end, and can't remember. But there's a fair few. But the important ones are found, it, begin, the end. Also, I've got something. Put in and blaze. How could I forget them? Where did Shiloh say these things? Wow, that's a good point. These things have been told to us by other people. So we have to trust that Ben and Ashley are not lying to us and that Capra and Mike are not lying to us about the fact that there is fun and epic stuff coming our way and that there is a window that was told to us months ago that we're in now. And now, obviously, Greg is going to Colorado and has put out a great trailer, which obviously he didn't do, about him going to Colorado, about our failings. Not as bad as Granny, I must admit, who I did take offence. And, I understand that whilst there may be real searchers, there are people in the chase that are making it happen, so to speak. And I don't mind people, voicing their opinions about their souls, but I do mind, taking the time to listen to what they've got to say, only to be swore at the end and told that we're stupid. It doesn't matter whether he's talking to me or talking to, somebody else. There's no need for that. So I wrote a long statement reflecting on the fact that, using the swear word to say how stupid people are is not necessary. So yeah, we're relying on the information that comes from Ben and K-Pro in regard to what Shiloh said. But obviously, you can see for yourself what Greg is saying about his title to the gold, Greg. Trailer. The way that I see the chase is, and when I say we discuss, me and Davey, possibilities that are happening and the mirroring of events, taking place in the chase and outside the chase, and why there could potentially be a community video and a public video. When you think about it, if there's a community video put out, then that would go public. So is there a scenario where it would be a community video and there would be a public video? Hey Bill, did you get my message about you not looking as good as that lady wearing your Russian hat? Yes, interest has shifted to Bill Cody. Oh, the pillow and the cushion sent it in. Yeah, I did read that. Jeez. No, I think she does look quite good. I think I have seen you in your Russian hat, and I don't think you're drinking vodka though, and eating Cheerios. She's probably saying goodbye to both of us. Yeah, that was an interesting video. So, fun. What could the fun be? And what could the epic be? And why would there be two videos to explain that? Moses, is that the rum? Oh, so while we're talking about that, the rum in the stoof.com picture, is it? So there's no more countdowns, and it's almost almost seems abandoned. But if you look on the TV, there's a gentleman there walking towards the corn, and Waldo's gone. Or why is it that I must go even? So, is there something in that stoof.com picture? And why has Ben not voiced an opinion? I know he did his own impossible poem show, but thought he was the go-to stoof.com expert. I suppose he has more knowledge of it than we do. So yeah, I'd say expert. She did put vodka on the Cheerios and ate it, and swiftly made a smart exit. So I don't know. In the other video, I'm not. She obviously got drunk, she says, and from what I gathered, was only two shots of vodka. So maybe there was a few more takes in that we didn't see. So she got a little bit more drunk than we probably think. So why has stoof.com just stoof.com abruptly end? Is it because Ben started talking about Nashville and then people, or is there fun and epic stuff around the corner? And I believe there's fun and epic stuff around the corner, like I said in the last video. That would depend on something, and it is something, and found is begin. Hang on. If found is begin, then found it where warm waters halt. Oh, that's easy enough then. If you found it where warm waters halt, it's done. It's over. It's finished. And after the first two clues, you should know where it's found. So that's easy enough. You don't have to worry about all the other clues. You don't have to go down Florence Canyon or things like that, or go outside of the poem and find crazy tenuous links that a child would never dream of in a million years. So, found it where warm waters halt. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying begin is found and found is begin. If you've been wise and begin the blaze, begin the blaze. look quickly down. Maybe Jack has to pay his bill. Yeah, Jack. I'll say that. I'll have some of that. A shy guy from back east. Well, one of the synonyms is a go west synonym. So if you're in the east, then you'd be told to go west, wouldn't you? Go west, young man. What was that about? Was that about the gold rush? Can't really remember now. Go west and make your whatever it was, the quote. Who knows what that quote was? Go west, young man. Can't remember. I did know. That's crazy. So, blaze it where warm waters halt. Put in where warm waters halt. That's a strange word found, isn't it? You found, you begin. You found, you blaze. You found, you put in. Put in, begin, and blaze. Same. Or does that mean what you think they do? So those are weird words. Now, if we're to believe that Greg is going to Colorado and he has 100%, no, 110% confidence, that's another word, confidence, in the solve. Now, bearing in mind, Greg was 100% certain it was the secret garden. And he would never be convinced of anything else. And yet, within a few weeks, he's 110% certain. So, he got some information from somewhere. What lies matter? Nice one, Bill. So Bill Cody had me in Deadwood because of Calamity Burke Jane. No, yeah, Calamity Jane, wasn't it? Calamity Burke Jane. So I was thinking, oh, Burke and Bill Cody and the Cody Museum and blah blah blah, all those things. And I never knew that Bill Cody was shot in the head. And I never knew that he was the dead man's hand person. Dead man's hand person. I never knew it was attributed to him. It's amazing what you find out when you don't just read the poem. I'm the treasure, Greg, coming here. Yes, you are the treasure, Bill. How can anybody deny that? And Jack found you, so therefore, I think Greg's going to see Jack. If Jack found the treasure, and you're the treasure, and Jack found you, then I think you're going to be disappointed. I think he's going to see Jack. Oh, they're two different people. Yeah, Hickok. Well, Bill Hickok and Bill Cody. That's why I didn't know it then. Thanks, Bill. So yeah, dead man hand and getting shot in the head was Mr. Wild Bill Hickok. That was a surprise because I didn't know that was attributed to one of those famous people. So Bill and Calamity. The reason why I'm thinking about them is because of Sitting Bull and his association with those two people in the show that was done. And the fact that Forrest said, I wish I was born 100 years earlier. Therefore, he would have grown up with, not grown up with Sitting Bull, but been around at the same time that Sitting Bull was. Now, whether that was because of Sitting Bull himself, bearing in mind he has the pipe, that important pipe that was smoked while those soldiers were shooting at him, and he was showing how brave he was, and probably smoked before the little bighorn bell, where they were in the timber. And apparently it wasn't as heroic as people make out the last stand, if you bear in mind the testimony of the Indians, Native Americans. However, I need to say that. So, Sitting Bull in Canada and America, did that have a impact or meaning to Forrest in regard to the thrill of the chase? Or is all the information in the thrill of the chase hiding a bigger secret? Spelling typo. Yes. I didn't want to read it out, Bill. That's what they call you. I thought it was Big Dick. I thought it wasn't quite that word, but yeah, okay. Why do they call you that, Bill? Because you're a rooster. Yes, he was part of the Wild West show, and he wasn't impressed. Excuse me. Wasn't impressed with the white man. The idea was to allow him to see, the different side of the white man, and hopefully change his views on how his people should behave. But it had the wrong effect and made him think that his way was the right way. So obviously that led to his death, and people trying to find his bones now because they're not 100% sure where his bones are. They're not sure if they're in Canada or in America, or where they are, because they were apparently taken and moved. Anyway, that went off track quick. So the epic and fun that is about to happen has to be brought about by something ending the chase. Now, bearing in mind it is something, then we could change that poem to begin something where warm waters halt and take something in the canyon down. Not far, but too far to walk, put in below the home of Brown. So there is something, potentially, that we should be doing in the poem in order to make us understand what the treasure could be, what Forrest is talking about, what the secret is, and the answers I already know, and what the cold is, whether the cold is the secret. Your effort will be worth the secret, whatever the secret is that you have to keep. Because Forrest said, unfortunately for all you people that keep telling everybody what the solve is and where it is and how it's done, Forrest said he wouldn't even tell his mother, and his father would know. And as you'll see on the front of this, father is a synonym of found. So if you've been wise and father the blaze, not wholly believing in that, but his father would know. Why would his father know And why is river bathing best? Why that? And Blaze is a river. If you've been wise and found a river, look quickly down. I don't go with that either. I was caught at a party with a lovely lady in the backyard having fun. Oh no, is that what we're looking forward to? That and epicness when her friend ran through. Ah, that's how you got your nickname. Mine is not like that, but that's why they call me Texas. So, yeah, mine wasn't that bad. Although there was an occurrence where, well, no, let's not go down that road and change what's going on. So, there is epic and fun, and Greg is going to go to Colorado and meet Bill and Jack. I would hope that you do meet him, although Colorado is a big place. And it would depend on where you are and where he is going. Just had a notice. So, if Greg is to find something, and Forrest said it's over, that's a scary thought. It really is a scary thought because Forrest said, I thought everybody would go on, it's over, why is everybody still about? And then Greg says he's going to find something, 100%, 110% sure that he's going to find something, going to get a chest. And obviously, I'm of the opinion that this was bigger than a chest. We are of the opinion, I keep saying that, we are of the opinion that it's bigger than a chest. Jack is Bill, Cody is Bill. You're the dog, and the dog is you. Jack is Bill, Cody is Bill. So, is Cody in Colorado? I don't know what you're trying to say now, Bill. If you're the solver, and Greg is coming to see you. Hi, Money. How you doing? It's all good. Jack's trying to confuse me though, because now Jack is his dog, and he's Cody, and Greg's going to see him in Colorado because he's the treasure. So, yeah, that's fairly confusing. I hope it's not as confusing in your world. So I was just talking about, some of the words that may help in the poem. One of them being found, which is also begin, and blaze and putting, and a whole lot more, as you'll see by the words that I put on the video. So those words are all part of the it and found. You'll find those words there. And it is the end. So begin the end where warm waters halt, and take the end in the canyon down. I don't know about that. So I took the words that Forrest gave us and tried to work out how he hid the treasure with the words that he used, because he said all you needed was a poem. So that must mean within that poem there must be an answer. And within that poem, it must be an answer that you can go right straight to this thing, place, chest, it, whatever the it or the treasure or the chest, whatever you wish to believe that that poem was talking about. The poem had to give you that information. Now, you would, if you had faith in a maverick, believe that Forrest did that. You would believe that Forrest did that. You would believe that Forrest told us that all the information is in the poem, and in the Thrill of the Chase book, there were hints that would help you with the clues in the poem. Now, I know that Greg has showed us some of the pictures in the book and told us about Colorado and that. So there must be hints in the book that will help with the clues in the poem. But if you follow the 9 clues precisely, they will lead to the end of my rainbow and the treasure. So Forrest then, when it was found, said, the clues in my poem led him to the precise spot, or the exact spot. So it's hard to believe that Forrest is a liar and that it wasn't found. On the other side of that, everyone's saying that Jack didn't find it and it's all bull. So if Jack was the person that found it and went to the precise spot, then why is Greg convinced that it's still out there? So there is that to think about. 20 miles west, that's not far at all. There is Cody Farms about to. Hops. Oh, hops. God, I did a solve about that as well. 1193? 1993? Can't remember what it was now. The brown, blah, 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 blah stuff. Like I said, I did a lot of souls. So yeah, probably the same place, Bill. Go west, young man. Go west. It says about 20 miles west. So go west from there. $7, $10 a beer is way too much. $7 about 6. Yes, way too much. Way too much. Yeah, I'm not going to do all that now, Bill. The chase for me was, I don't know, probably 100 or more souls, and they all lend to the poem, all of them, and they're all right. I can't say they're all correct, but they're all right, because you can follow the poem and it leads you to a spot, and it's very believable each time. And all these people that have souls, it's hard to deny that their souls are well thought out, creative, reading as the poem reads, you can follow it as that is. But that poem is so vague that there's a lot of people that are going to be right and believe that they are right. But at the end of that, there is some searching. And I got the impression from Forrest that that wasn't the case. You didn't have to search. If you knew where it was, you'd go to where it was, and that would be it. And you'd know where it was because it tells you in the poem. So all of those souls that would just find a place that could be Warm Water's Hole, then follow it, as it said in the poem, down a canyon, blah, 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 work out, that no place would make something to do with the devil or something dangerous or whatever. Find some heavy loads in water high, or what could be construed as that, and end up at a place that looks like a blaze, maybe, and then look down and hopefully find something. I don't think that was the way that Forrest wanted the poem to be solved. then you factor in that it's not just about a chest, there's something more. So, and it took 15 years. So, what was it really about? So, I'd try to steer away from solves that are not. If I told you that Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. Or why are you worried about the blaze if you know the Homer Brown? So, those sort of questions, solve the first two clues, it's academic. Solve the first two clues, you're halfway there, metaphorically speaking. The girlfriend means you can't get closer than the first two clues. Solve the first two clues right by the chest. Those statements are good arguments about anybody solve. Anybody solve. Once they start telling you their solve, and they get past the Homer Brown, or once they start telling me their solve, and they get past the Homer Brown, I have to start switching off. Because Forrest said, if I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. So anybody who goes past their Homer Brown and disappears and looks for heavy loads and water high and the end is ever drawing nigh and those sort of things, I'm thinking, well, where are you going? Surely you should stop now. But then, you'd listen to that and then work out, is it above 5,000 feet, below 10,200 feet? Do you see trees, etc.? All those things that Forrest said. Do those, can you throw the bike in the water? Can you throw yourself on the chest? And I know those things could be just written in the poem. They could just be words that Forrest gave us that you would understand in the poem, or they could be real words like elbow room. Who uses that sort of terminology and then says Donnie was quick to take the hint? So went outside for elbow room. Donnie was quick to take the hint. So is there a hint in that itself? The fact that it was elbow room. As far as went outside, well, wow. Hi, redneck. Jack didn't find Jack's car. Oh yes, he's a patsy. Head's fake. Roots diversion. Yeah, I think if people still believe that there's a chest and it was Jack found it, there's something wrong. If they don't understand the fact that Jack was a diversion, as you just said, the roots, to misdirect, not lying or anything else, just, in order to make it happen. If you think you found a chest, then, maybe you found a chest, but that's not what this was about. And people talk about, second prize is better than first. Well, if you found the chest, then okay. But a chest went to auction. The other chest that has been talked about should, if you're a half decent person, do what Forrest said and go to the Smithsonian or, the place that Forrest wanted it to go. So therefore you're getting nothing. You're not getting the chest that's gone to Heritage, which is the chest that was in the book, and you're not getting the chest that's going back for auction. So there's something else. There's an understanding of the poem that you need to understand what that something else is. And if you're just thinking about a chest, I don't understand that, because the chest is going to go into a museum or, that sort of ilk. So I don't know. I wonder why people say those things and why they still shout that they found a chest. And I believe they did find a chest. I don't believe they solved the poem in the way that Forrest wanted it solved. I thought Bill would be the one to find it. Bill thinks he has found it, so what makes you say he hasn't? At the end of the day, if you just had to find a chest and the chest would give you title to something else, then that's a potential scenario. So there's enough to say that Bill didn't find it. But finding the chest doesn't help you understand the story. Forrest said it's important to the story. The one thing that people are missing, it's important to the story. I'm leaving that for the finder. The treasure is real, the story is real. I think when that is the case, when we see that to be true, I think that's, as good a time as any time to find out the ending when that comes about. Hey, Greg. Hello. Good luck in your quest, your 110% quest with your very, very professional trailer from iMovie. Which moniker? I know about 5. No, that's your signature moniker. Oh no. Bingo. Oh, not sure what the bingo is. If that's for you, Bill. Forrest talked about bingo. Macaroni. Like macaroni. Love pasta. I retired my generator. My new battery. He's gone solar. Bill has gone solar. Hey, Amy Gwynn. Hello, how are you? It's a happier Friday now. Although, oh yes, I'm still in Friday. Not gone past Friday yet. Good to read you. I hope your world is wonderful. Hemingway and Forrest both had then shot themselves. Yes, I can agree with that. If Forrest shot himself, I haven't seen any evidence of that. Oh, bingo is I know who she is. There's a good conversation going on there. Bingo is a good word. Definitely a good word. Earnest is a good word as well. Ernest Hemingway. 0.22. A catch-22. Or a hot potato. Or hot water. Did the hot water affect the patina? I wonder if it did. Wind will affect the chest. Some flowers and some hearts for the ladies that are in here. And you gentlemen just get a couple of smiles, I think. I don't want people talking. And for those who wish to be classed as something else. Yeah, some good artwork Bill does. It really is. Very impressive. I enjoyed that Bill Cody video as well. Shifted to Cody. Bill, don't you forget it. You've always been making really cool stuff. Apart from some of the things you say sometimes, they're not cool sometimes. Yeah, I can't believe Granite Granny said what he said. And if it is just part of the chase, it's like, why did you have to add that bit on the end? That bit. Did it offend me or did it just annoy me? No, it just annoyed me. It didn't offend me. I wasn't offended by the fact that he used that word. but it did annoy me that he used it. There was absolutely no need for it. And especially depending, you don't expect to hear that. So depending who's in the room with you, there are some people, especially children, that you don't want to hear that sort of language. And I understand people, who want to be condescending and think that they're smarter than anybody else. I don't mind those sort of things, but to use that sort of language and that tone when somebody's taking the time to listen to what it is you have to say, even though, well, in my opinion, I won't say in other people's opinion, my own opinion, I believe that's what is being said is way, way off. You would have to make a great big assumption that, I could stand for Italy, let alone IT. So it stands for Italy. Then from that big country, your next assumption is that he's talking about Florence. And then from Florence, you talk about Douglas Preston. Why would Forrest be bothered about Douglas Preston and what happens to him? So basically, you're saying that Douglas Preston wrote the poem, and this is about his chase. If you're saying that Forrest is concerned about Florence, no interest in what Douglas did or what he found in there, or that it was a monster, or whatever links that you got, those assumptions that made you think that's the case. So basically, doing what Forrest was saying Cynthia was doing, there's no warm water under that bridge. She's trying to reverse engineer it. Okay. So, and like I say, it doesn't matter that I don't mind people saying those sort of things, but I do mind them swearing, while I'm trying to listen to them and talking in that tone. I don't like it, whether it's part of the chase or not. It annoyed me. Oh, that would be interesting. And in the chase, I went to Oregon. Well, I went all the way to California, to be fair, and Salt Lake City. Obviously not for real, just in the beginnings of the West. People going out to settle in the West, whether it be Lewis and Clark or others that made a trail for others to follow. And that started, in my opinion, with those French. People look at me and go, "Oh, you're biased," but I've been to the Big Horn Mountains. I've followed those two French people that got as far as the Big Horn Mountains. And looked at that story that the poem talks about. But there are other things in the poem that make me believe that it's something different than it's not something different. Forrest has put a lot of information into that poem, and it's all part of the chase. But all the information in the poem is not all about the treasure or all about a chest. But it's all there, and it's probably, it sounds a bit corny saying it, but I learned a lot from that poem, which it's a good feeling to. I probably learnt more from that poem than I learnt at school, which is crazy. And I mean, facts. I don't mean like maths and stuff. I mean, facts. I've been there as well, Bill. Some of my early souls were down I say down. Obviously, not most people went to Uri, had souls in Uri because of the arrow, blah blah blah, or Delta, or in that area. But then there was the Mayday solve, and further down, and then going back round and back up towards, not towards Denver, because Denver was more north and more to the east. But in that middle bit, there's different souls, and obviously the Golden, and then Estes Park, and I think I know more places in America than I know in England because of the chase, and obviously Telluride. Another one begin with M. Mabel, something like that. Anyway, yeah, there was talk about that early in the chase about him being buried there, and somebody even talked about the place. So you would need a connection between him and Forrest to go down that route. Like I say, whilst it's easy to believe that Forrest put a chest out there for someone to find, this chase was more than that chest. So even if you find all of those answers and find that a chest, you'll find that the chase was something more. Lost his wife by default. See, Bill, those sort of things make me think that, you in this RV. So you date the wife of the cause corporate lawyer, who is not going to be hanging around some RV in the middle of nowhere. So when was this? Uh-oh, Christine the car. You're going to tell me that you met Steven Spielberg when he was writing that now? Yeah, you don't want a car like Christine. I wonder if that car's for sale. I wonder if somebody owns that car. I lived in a Is that the same barn that Dale was talking about? The one that had been fitted out and had a helicopter landing pad near it. (1996). So you were going on the good side of 30 then, were you? So has Greg asked anybody to accompany him to this place, apart from you, Bill, who he's going to go and visit and see Jack as well? Or is Greg going on his own? Just it's only a little concern in that I don't know, Greg's outdoor savvy. Like me, if I was going somewhere, I would need someone. Depends how long I'm going to stay out there. I mean, I didn't stay out. I went to Wyoming, did a few hours out and then went back to the hotel. But if you're going to stay out overnight and do stuff, how well equipped would somebody like Greg be? That's my concern. If he's a good outdoorsy person with all the stuff and knows how dangerous it could be out there. Greg isn't finding anything. Well, he might find something, but he might not find what it is that he's expecting to find. So, excuse me. Tim is probably the best solver of the poem that I know. In the sense, Tim, not Sozo, Tim Kirkland. In the sense that he's able to put together the information correctly and go out and find something. And the something that's found is intentional. So that has to be on purpose. So it's possible to find something in the chase from the poem that may not be what what you're expecting to, well, you expect to find, but it's not, the chest or those sort of things. So it may be, there may be something to find, but I don't believe, it's hard for me to believe that Forrest is a liar. If he says it's been found, then it's been found. And if it's been found, I find it hard to believe that it's just left out there. I don't believe Forrest would do that for 1 minute if it's been found. And that is part and parcel of all of it. If it's been found and the chest that's in the book has been found and the treasure's been found, then potentially there's nothing else to be found as regards a box of stuff, a chest of stuff. According to the poem, as you probably know, in there there's lots of chests and there's lots of souls, and any of those souls could have ended the chase. And if you watch my videos, it says mail a coin. There's a possibility that could have ended the chase, but that wouldn't say where this chest was, if there was a chest to be found. That would just be an answer or a solution that potentially is expected to be found, but may not end the chase. Just like try the wheel doesn't end the chase. It's information that gives you more information that could help you end the chase, but that on its own, and I could be wrong, in my opinion, doesn't end the chase because it's too vague. Try the wheel, which wheel? And then any information that comes from that is just assumption. Uh-oh. Hi, Michael P. That's not a name I see often or at all, to be fair. Not sure if you're the Michael that used to be the policeman, cop, whatever, but it's good to read you. And it's a good statement. He may find something. I'm not saying, that he's going to be the savior of the chase and give us all the information we need, but something ends the chase, so something has to be done. Something has to be done. Yeah, the chase. So it is something. The word it synonyms to something. So something ends the chase. So are you beginning the something in the poem? And does that help understand what the something is that could potentially end it? Nobody believes in Greg, that's for sure. Finding ancient art is huge. Yep. The bullet in his head. Well, I thought the chase was already ended. And I think Minerva has something to say about possible endings. I think Forrest said the chest is waiting for a clump of a boot, and I believe that. Obviously, I believe most of what Forrest says. I believe that to be the case. Now, I've yet to have, well, actually, probably close now to knowing that that might be the case. But I've yet to see that sort of event take place. That sort of something. So if we're waiting for the clump of a boot because the chest is waiting for a clump of a boot, then somebody in somebody's soul will have that clump of a boot. And when that happens, that will be the something. Now, the important thing for me is, why did Forrest say, me wearing the bracelet is your best revenge? To me, that's, well, to us, that's very important. That statement may be more important than people realize. Me wearing the bracelet is your best revenge. So when that is understood, maybe the chase will have ended. The boot of the car. I've got my own car as well, Bill. You know, I've got a car in Casper, which is, you know, actually I've got two. There's a car in Casper and there's a car in New Mexico, off Wee Road. Is it Wee Road? WII. It is on the 285. I think it is. It's going off memory. Long time ago. Dodge had a lot of souls. 285, which is the 285th that he was in, I think. Forrest was in. That took you up there north of Santa Fe, and then there was a car, and you know, should be in the boot of that car, potentially, possibly. But then, Bill, he says it's not associated with a man-made structure. So the chest can't be associated with a man-made structure. So once you associate the chest with a man-made structure, I think, hang on a minute, no, can't be that, because you know I don't think it stays because his cross is man-made, and he says the chest has been linked to that cross. Associating the chest with that cross makes it a man-made structure and can't be right. Unless Forrest is a liar. Then, you know, you can't throw his body on the chest and throw his bike in the water and, you know, do all those things that Forrest said should be able to be done at the spot. I don't disagree with you, Bill. I'm just saying, in my opinion, excuse me, Forrest says it's not associated with a man-made structure. So I tend to think anything that's man-made and a soul that's associated with that can't be right. So I'll look for a soul that isn't, or doesn't have a man-made structure involved in it. And my search ended years ago. I am not looking to change my soul, adjust my soul. You know, I've done all my shifting and drifting and adjusting, analyzing, studying, done all of those things, and found more than, you know, I thought was possible in that bone. and realised that whilst most of it is information, there's an absolute certainty of an adventure, a venture and an adventure. And if we're right, well, you probably faint. Even that word itself, structure, vehicle, so built on foundations. So the Clinton foundation. Well, man-made structure. He needed a vehicle for the chase, and he used the thrill of the chase. What does that tell you then? If the thrill of the chase is a vehicle, the thrill of the chase is a book. So if you look up the synonyms of book, me and David were talking, and the one thing that is certain is that Forrest thought of everything. And that is a scary, scary statement to make. There are so many scenarios in the chase, and there are so many things that could go for or against future events. And I've told David, quite a few times, how does Forrest know? How does he know that he's around to see this? And how does he put into the poem that Greg is going to Colorado? 14 years before Greg going to Colorado. How does he put that information in the poem? Not just that he's going to Colorado, but even the place that he's going. Now, either he's a wizard, he's a time traveler, he's a remote viewer, he's all of these weird things, or he chose Greg when Greg was in his 20s, maybe, to do this. Now, I don't know if Greg's his real name or not, but Greg has to be the name that is going to Colorado, to this place, to do this thing, and to use the signatures as part of the reason for doing it. Forrest knows this and wrote it. How? How? So today, Davey, I'm, not young anymore. And I wonder how many more years I've got left. But at 79 or 80, Forrest was planning the chase. Planning to do this. To be able to hint of riches new and old through it. He was going to tell us information. He was going to give us all the information we need to end the chase. Now, this information, granted, not much of it is new since I came into the chase. Obviously, there was a few more scrapbooks being brought out, but they could have been wrote like before. So probably about 170 I came in, scrapbook 100 and something. And then there was a scrapbook dump. So Forrest was around 7 years, 8 years after he started this. And he knew he was going to be around to give this information, to have these scrapbooks available to be given to the community. And it's like he knew he would be here to do this. That's a crazy thought, but that's how it seems. And to put the information in the poem, far too soon, that Pam gave us, the meeting in the lawyer's office showing the gold, the videos that KPRO did, the walking along the Madison to the flat island, or rock flat island, and then going to the Totem Cafe. It's all in the poem. It's all been predicted. The Powerball that was predicted with, the one that was delayed, the billions of dollars, all the numbers, including the Powerball and another lottery done worth $1 billion. It's like, how that's not possible. But obviously Forrest has done it, so it must be possible. Hey Larry, how you doing? You're not late, mate. You don't miss nothing in the first bit. I just ramble on. It's good that you're here anyway. I hope I'm not stopping you from cooking. The bullet was the vehicle that ended it. The blaze, the muzzle flash. Hey, Five, how you doing? Hooshkadoo, good man. Salutations. And other earthlings. Always sounds like Mork. Do you remember Mork? Nanu, Nanu, Shazbot. This is Mork calling Orson. Mork calling Orson. Come in, Orson. Bill, I think everybody's an actor. That's what I said at the beginning of the video. My little rant at Granny. I don't mind if people are acting and playing a part, but to be swore at and basically told we're all stupid, that's not something I appreciate. Whilst I don't mind being stupid and somebody calling me stupid because I'm stupid, I don't want to be swore at and told that I'm really stupid and that I can't fight my way out of a brown paper bag or something. Uh-oh. Five's using big words. These things. Yeah, well, like I say, there's more than one solve in that poem, and it has everybody's that I know of solve in there, but not just in the way that they found it, actually written in there as as a person. I mean, I could, if I had the ability, I would show you, and even Troy Solve is predicted, and his name is predicted as having that solve. Troy is, how's it worded? Troy, I think it says something like Troy's solve is to be try the wheel. It gives the solve, how to find the solve, where it is, what it is, and even goes so far as to say the Big Horn Mountains in the state of Wyoming, as well as the solve itself, which is 5 waters, not 5 springs, but 5 springs is 5 waters, and they're in the poem. You follow them, and you follow that, and you read the rest of it, and it tells you what his solve's going to be, where his solve's going to be, and the same for everybody else. It's just the same for Greg. Where he's going to go, what he's going to do, how he's, I don't know how Forrest did it. So to David, I says, the only solve I haven't really looked for is mine, because I already have a solve. It'd be weird to try and find the answer to the solve that I already have, if that makes sense. And when I say we. So, I find any solves in that poem. And I've done many solves out of the poem when I first started, weird solves. And I sent Forrest email after email about the solves that I found, including the try the wheel version, but not that. The where the treasure lies, where the treasure lies. That was the name that we was going to use for the poem. When you do try the wheel a different way, and to me it says try the law wheel, which is another solve that I did. It doesn't say try the wheel; it says try the law wheel. So that was another solve that I did. But moving the lines differently, using a different type of English, if you want, it gives you where the treasure lies is in the poem. So you find the answer in the poem. You should do. And then you go right straight to it. Or you should do, because that's what Forrest said. So whilst I had lots of solves, and the reason I discount them is because they don't lend to what Forrest said. Your solve, whoever it is, whoever has a solve, a real good solve, no, a correct solve, has to take into account those statements about the first two clues. If you're going past those first two clues to find whatever it is you're looking for, it has to be wrong. Has to be wrong. Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Why are you worried about the blaze if you know the home of Brown? So what does that tell you? Then he says, solve the first two clues, you're halfway there, metaphorically speaking. What does that tell you? Solve the first two clues, it's academic. Little girl from you can't get past first two clues. How many hints about two clues do you need to have before you can work out? Once you start going in the canyon down, the end is ever drawing nigh, heavy loads and water high, you've gone too far. You must have gone too far. And Forrest said, you won't find the chest where you're looking. Or, something like that, which means you're looking in the wrong place. You've gone past wherever you should be, you've gone past it. If I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. So what does that tell you about the home of Brown? Then it says, why are you worried about the blaze if I told you the home of Brown? And before you came in, the blaze is put in and found and begin. So if you read the poem differently, you might have a different idea of where you start and where you finish. Oh, got busy. Uh-oh. Mary, you talk too much. It's unfortunate that some must win at all costs, whether delusion. That may be unfortunate. Greg entered the chase after the final. Yeah, it's hard to believe that Greg, who spent most of his time saying, it's a secret garden and it won't be anywhere else, I'm not going to change my mind, and then said he's 110% sure that it's in Colorado. That's the same for me. I was, sure of all of my solves. So, I'm no different than anyone else. Had solves and thought, yeah, it's got to be this, but then had a word with Forrest, what did you say, Forrest? And he said, well, I said this and I said this, and I was like, oh, okay. All right then, smart ass. It's not that. And then, look for another one. Who's not an actor in the chase? It's a shorter list. Yeah, I think those people that aren't as vocal are probably real searchers. Now I know I'm a bit more vocal than most, but I come on sometimes to highlight something. I come on sometimes because somebody, pees me off. And this is more to do with highlighting stoof.com and being peed off by Granite Granny using foul language to tell me I'm stupid is not, I don't appreciate that. But the fact that nobody talks about stoof.com, the picture that's on there now, crazy. The fact that Ben says he's going live Tuesdays to talk about that site and doesn't, the site that, promotes his Discord channel. It's like, well, now whilst everybody, is helping make it happen, or, compartmentalized, only knows so much, can only talk about what they've been given, so they don't know the whole story, and they're not given anything to talk about. So Greg's been given his quest potentially, if he's part of this acting and has information that will play out in the chase of events happening in the real chase, if that's how I could say it. I'd love to be compensated by chasing, but no. Dope. So I wasn't in this. I said to Davey as well. I was in this at first. I wanted to be rich. I still want to be rich. I still want money. But if making this happen means Forrest doesn't give us anything, then that's how it is. But I wanted to solve the poem. That's what I wanted to do. I really wanted to solve the poem. I'm like, look, these people, these hundreds of thousands of people did it, and how they did it was wrong, because 350,000 people or whatever can't all be incorrect. There must be a reason why they're all incorrect. Must be. So let's try and do something that they haven't done. Now, I didn't hear much about the anagrams when I first came in, so I did the anagrams. They were very enlightening. And then I started doing all this other stuff, playing chess, playing tag, playing canasta, what are the other, Scrabble. I did lots of the law wheel, those videos that I've shown you about the chain and links and that, the 2 lines at a time, 3 lines at a time, sliding the lines, all them different sort of solutions that all gave information. Hey, Pirate, I'm going for an Academy Award. Which one? Which one does it come under? Is it a Tony or an Emmy or an Oscar? What are we looking for here? You got my vote, Ben. Ben, everybody's calling you. No, Pirate, everybody's calling you Ben. I think we're going to have to go that. So while you're here, Ben, why have you not done an update on stoof.com? Wally or Waldo's gone, and it looks, I'm not going to say it is, but it looks like potentially it could be Forrest in a big coat and a hat walking to the corn. Potentially, not saying it is, but that's a big update, isn't it? Someone will probably tell me it's a film, but I can't think of what the film is. At first, when I saw the corn, I thought it was signs, so maybe it's a sign. Well done, Who's Skidoo. That is brilliant. I love that. I haven't even been compensated in play. Dope. Excuse me. Hi, MJ. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, you crazy man, Who's Skidoo. I want to just call you by your name, but I don't know if you're happy with that or not anymore, so I'm not going to. There are a few people in that I deduce who they are. There's some people who I would never be able to work out who they are. I don't know if that's because they don't have a physical presence, been on YouTube, spoke to people and use those words. So normally people use similar words all the time, or the same words, like Kiwi uses peeps. Those sort of words that people use, and then you think, oh, the only person that says that normally is such a body. So surprised Davey's not here. It's possibly, well, nearly 7 o'clock. I suppose he's still in bed. Still asleep. Boocher. Cool as a cucumber. Giving Jack the boot. Well, I think Jack, I don't think anybody could give Jack the boot. I think Jack is part of Jack. I think. Pirate, you have my vote. Also, good luck. Well, it was the inside man. I wonder what that meant. But Molly Brown. Ooh. Yeah, the Titanic. Well, there's two links, isn't there? Brown and the Titanic that Forrest talked about. But he said nobody should die with more than $50 in the pocket as well. Well, not nobody should die, but if you die with more than 50. Yeah, there's a lot of people in that poem that are the same ilk as David Jennings Brown. I think I said my first foray into this was Craig Brown, and then Steamboat Springs was the one I was thinking of, not because Steamboat Springs. So Craig Brown and that. Then it was Cripple Creek, Garden of the Gods. Near Wet Mountain. There's a place around there on the other side, which was for the Brave. No, yeah, Brave. Gulson, Mountain, something like that. There's quite a few in Colorado, alright. That Uncompahgre River that Ben was talking about, that was the one. There's a twin city there, sort of, with something in Germany on the canyon. So I was there. I think I'll email Forrest that. Meaning Brown or Ready River or something. I don't know, something like that. Long time ago, these souls were. But they didn't make sense with what Forrest said. Jack booted ducks. Now that sounds like talking about English people. Jack is as fake as Santa Claus. That depends how you look at it. So, Jack isn't fake. Jack is real. And there are, a few things that are deemed fake that are not fake. And Forrest said, when you thought it was real, you wanted it. Now you know it's fake. You don't want it. So, what does that imply? So, whilst people say Jack is fake, Jack is real. He exists and is part of the chase. You can say that he's not the finder, but you can't say that he's fake. Boot Jack Sword. Wow. Just a bit more than Forrest's house then. Well, that's a bit confusing what you're saying there. It could be said that Forrest left the chase in disarray. It could be, but that's incorrect. Chase, I think, is where it should be. I don't think it's the thought lead searcher, and Forrest said there's no such thing as lead searcher, but if there was such a thing as lead searcher, then Forrest, in his own words, was to aid the finder, not the seeker. So that would be aiding the lead searcher. But it could also be said that lead searcher knew everyone who's mad, thinking solver. Well, everybody thinks they're the solver, but end up accidentally helping him prove himself. Prove the lead searcher. As I said earlier, I think Forrest saying me wearing a bracelet is your best revenge will become obvious to people. Bill, it's an expensive cowboy. Had to fool the IRS. Well, I think it had to fool a lot of people. This had to play out until such time as everything was nailed down. I am less certain Jack is a real American existing citizen. Hmm. Yes, I think that was the chaos. I think who will help me? Chaos and embroidery. Chaos. So chaos helps because nobody knows the complete answer, and by the time they work it out, it might be too late. And then when it is worked out, I don't think anyone's going to be bothered about a chest. If it said no such thing as lead search, then it means. He was asked in the K Pro interview, if you know where it is, go and get it. He was asking everybody, where did that come from, lead searcher? And I think, there are a few synonyms that point to the fact that there should be a lead searcher, but you either know where it is or what it is. Let's say what it is. You either know what it is or you don't. If you know what it is, then you'll be a finder. You won't be in the lead, you'll just be the finder. So I think that's what Forrest is trying to say. You're either the finder or you're not the finder. You either found it or you didn't. And if you came in earlier, the word found is begin. So found it where warm water's halt. Maybe. It's blaze it where warm water's halt. And it's put in where warm water's halt. So looking at those synonyms, the poem reads different right from the start. And you bear in mind the things that Forrest said could help you understand the poem a little bit different. So I believe everything Forrest said was to aid the finder and not the seeker. Now, if you're all searching for something, you ain't going to find it. And the information that Forrest gives you won't help you. But if you found something, or if you are the finder, then the information that Forrest gives will help you. Will help you to understand what it is that's going on, and therefore there's none. I don't concern myself with everything that people are concerning themselves with because it's irrelevant. Not irrelevant. It's part of the narrative. Oh, he's going commando, was he? Well, wasn't going in camouflage then. Hi, Robert. How you doing? It's good. It's all good. We were supposed to be in for an Indian summer, but nope. It's not. It's not cold, but it's not hot sunbathing weather, which is I'm waiting for. Trying to get a tan. You know so well. Yeah, but whilst you may have information that you believe leads to a certain place and a certain answer, I know what you're trying to say, that because your information leads you to a certain place that you're ahead of everybody else. But I think that the point that Forrest makes is you either find it or you don't find it. There's no in between. You're not going to find it. You're not nearly finding it. You either find it and you know, or you don't find it and you don't know. Excuse me. That's off to. I like that song. I don't think the money's going to run out. You'll have a long wait there, mate. I like that group as well, Simple Minds. Everything turns green. Could be fun. Hey, Frank, how you doing? Oh, could have been worse. Could have been a Dr. Pepper. Yeah, some hot chili pepper. I think the red pepper would help somebody, to be fair. Wouldn't throw them off, it'd bring them closer. I don't think Forrest was trying to get anybody off the trail. I think if you analyse the information that Forrest gave, I think it was helping rather than hindering. It depends how you understood it. Comes down to Mike and I trying to like each other. So don't know who Mike is. Hey Richard, how you doing? Good man, good to see you. Or read you. Oh, red pepper does come in handy, yes. Red pepper would help. Well, I think it'd help. It wouldn't. My prediction is times chess. BTG. Chess 2 near Gardner, Colorado. So I was saying earlier that if Forrest said it was found, why is everybody still looking? If there was a chest still out there, don't know why he would leave it out there. Don't, especially for somebody to stumble on. Although that is a synonym of something. Are you winding me up, Bill? They weren't making temporary speak. No way, surely. Oh, you found Trump. Oh, dear. We were, me and Dave were looking at that. And that's another word, Congress. It is Congress. Send your stories to Congress. Temperate Speaker of the House. That was a heavy strike, that was. Solid research person. Hey Newman, how you doing? Don't remember you being here before, but I have seen you around. It's good to read you. Hope you're doing well. How do you think Cat spending Fenn money will do against strategize? So Mike was happy to try the wheel, and obviously Troy went into it more than Troy went into it a bit more than Mike did, and Mike was, all for that. But it's just my opinion. Don't get upset, Five. But my opinion is that the cipher, whilst it's a good cipher, is not much different than Try the Wheel or all the other solves that are in there. They're meant to be found. They're meant to be used. They're meant to be done. The thing with Try the Wheel is it's a try. And if you look at try, if the try is sincere, I think that holds more weight than Try the Wheel. Even River Bathing is best. to me has information other than, it's nice to sit in the river and get a warm spot. Even that is good. Chase has just begun. Richard, do you know that they're getting Trump as speaker? Bill's just said that, and I find that I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I really don't. Whilst I don't mind him as president for you lot, Salisi was the one I was hoping for, or Emma. Them two would do well. We're still here because we feel Forrest got swindled. Yeah, I don't think Forrest got swindled. I think Forrest is too smart to get swindled. And anybody who thinks that Forrest did, or anybody who thinks that they could, is probably in for a rude shock. Catch up. Anyone who's seen Joe Dirt gets it. No, not seen Joe Dirt. But have you got a different name other than that? That makes me wonder. 4 years. Yes, indeed. Okay. I thought your government had chaos already. You just lost the Speaker of the House. Bill says Trump's going to be the Speaker of the House. I don't want that. I'd have thought Forrest wouldn't want it either, but I don't know. How many different quotes? There are too many. But if you don't focus on that, then you want shooting, to be fair, not being horrible. The first one, the little girl from India can't, people read it wrong. The little girl from India can't get closer, can't get past it, can't get closer than the first two clues. Nobody can get closer than the first two clues. No one. Solve the first two clues, it's academic. Solve the first two clues, you're 50% there. Solve the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. Solve the first two clues, walk right by the chest, blah blah. If you solve the first two clues and you're halfway there, metaphorically speaking, the most you could need was 4. Academic after that, blah blah. Forrest was given information for the finder. Nobody bothered to listen to what the information was. And in the poem it says, so hear me all and listen good. It doesn't get more easy than that. I think people didn't listen enough to understand enough about what was easy or simple. I'm not being nasty to anybody, I'm just saying. Those statements about those two clues, which is what irked me about Granite Granny when he said, oh, you're stupid, you shouldn't be in the chase. Obviously using a swear word, which is what made me write what I wrote. But no, stop taking, he's doing what Forrest said Cynthia was doing. She's trying to back engineer it. She's trying to take all this information, or was in that scenario, to make something work. Forrest said there's no warm water under that bridge. Did you dip your toe in it? The information you get is to help you understand what it is that you're finding, and then find more of that. If you start going down the canyon, and then from there it's no place for the meat, the end is ever drawing nigh, there be no paddle, you're going away from the chest, because that's what Forrest said. Sold the first two clues, walk right by the chest. So that's the information that Forrest gave, and if nobody listens to it, then I don't understand why they complain about not getting what's due them. I don't think they found what was supposed to be found. Where the wheel is. No, I'm saying all of them are important, and none of them are more important than any of the others. They're there to be found. All of them are there to be found, because Forrest wrote in the poem, the answers I already know. Anybody who gives a Forrest an answer, he knows it. He put it there for you to find, and the information that you've used was given by Forrest, in my opinion. So all the answers we find are the answers that Forrest already knew. They might not necessarily be the answers that we're supposed to be giving him. They're just the answers that he already knows. You're supposed to give him a different answer to the information that you can get out of the poem. So everybody's solve is a good solve. You just have to look at your solve from Forrest's point of view, with all the information that he gave you, and see if your solve still holds water, which is what I did. And more often than not, I looked at it from Forrest's point of view and went, well, actually, why have I gone no place for the meek, the end is ever drawing nigh, no paddle up my creek? Why don't I need all these bits of information? I've been given all this information, and Forrest is telling me I don't need it. So why is my solve in this area? And I won't find chest where you're looking, whatever that statement was. I don't know how that went, but that statement. So it's like, well, hang on. What has Forrest said, and why does that impact my solve? Why is this solve wrong? And so, sometimes it would be below 5,000 feet, sometimes it would be above 10,200 feet. They'd be easy things to sort out. But the other things, like, if I told you the home of Brown, you go right straight to it. I'm like, well, hang on. My solve takes me all the way over here. It's got nothing to do with the home of Brown. Why does my blaze become not important because of the home of Brown? And all of those things. Now, his connectors, so carrying on with what I'm saying about hybrid, his connectors are the continuous chronological from the letter T all the way down. Those are his connectors. And those are his clues. For me, where it falls down is it's the wrong T. And the synonym, that you start with is to a T. So my T is a T in it, because that's what you're supposed to do. Begin it and take it. And it's a different solve, lots of solves in the poem. So my clue was that. My T was that. Treasure, the 9-letter word. Use the 9 clues, follow them, one foot on top of the other, continuous chronological, etc., etc. And that's what that comes out as. And that tells me that the information is in the poem. So, you look in the poem, and it gives you the name of what Forrest was going to call the poem, which was Where the Treasure Lies, which is different than Try the Wheel. And then my other version was Try the Heel. So there's lots of information in there that could, if you understood the map, tell you where you are. I can't pass more doors. One politician fighting. Did anyone catch a recent reference to some? Can't find it. No, I wonder if it was deleted. No, I didn't catch that. If people don't listen good, they can't blame the solver. No. Well, I would hope that the solver was trying to do his best for everybody in the chase. Solver, the finder, whatever you want to, retrieve or whatever you want to call them. But importantly, they should listen to Forrest. Forrest's information is all still there to be understood. And if you took the time to download Dale's website, that information there is still there. And that includes, the scrapbooks and the vignettes and all the other things that Forrest allowed Dale to put up. It wasn't just scrapbooks. Cheers, Larry. I appreciate that. I said to Forrest, there's probably no way that I'll be able to go to the chase financially, but now that I've retired and going to get a lump sum, maybe. Depends where you are, but definitely yes, Larry. As long as you make me some orthodox chicken. Yeah, because he doesn't want to hear a good argument to his solve, and that's most people. They don't want to hear a good argument to their solve, and they're not willing to, give it the Forrest Fenn test. So, people fall out over solves, but there's no point. You will know in the end if your solve is correct, because you'll get title to the gold. That's how it works. You'll know. All the falling out with people, accusing Forrest of doing, nefarious things or whatever, pathetic and pointless. Anybody who started a chase at any time that Forrest was in it should know that Forrest wouldn't have left this mess. This was created and caused by Forrest in order that there is the ending, the real ending. The treasure is real, the story is real. When that comes about, you'll get the ending. And, it'll be epic and fun. Or fun and epic. Oh, you're writing really quick now. I don't know what THCT means. Yes, he was set adrift with that paddle. He was too young to use a paddle. I'm guessing too. There may have been a woman with it. And that, again was similar to if I told you who was nearer, probably Fenn. But the information got working too quick now. Potter's. I rank Troy's real high in the top 10. 9 out of those 10 being created. Well, I think they're all right. That's the issue. Nobody's wrong in their solve. It's an answer that Forrest already knew. You were meant to find that solve. And each person who thinks differently will find a different solve that they were meant to find. And Greg's solve is another solve that was meant to be found using that information. Nobody else used that information. Greg did and had a solve with it. It's double Dutch to me, that solve is, so I'm not going to go down that road. That's not one that I did not do the signatures, although they are weird signatures. It certainly is, and Bill thinks it's part of his Charlton Heston speech. Well, he was supposed to be in a weakened state. If you read the poem, he said, "I've done it tired, and now I'm weak. Yep. And again, that could be information spiritual. Oh no, it's getting cold. It's worth the cold though, MJ. Oops. It says Richard, who's completely believed in higher hands. Yes. Internet went wonky. Well, Forrest did say, anybody cruising the internet? Agreed. So it was. I don't know what that means. FWW. And solved over. Solved by the phone. Someone did solve it. Who did it? Yes. And that's the poem in my book led to the precise spot or the exact spot, whatever. So you had to go to the exact spot. You had to understand that statement. Which did Mario break your internet? I'm pretty good at breaking stuff, I've got to be honest. I hope not. I hope not, but I'm pretty good at breaking stuff. It was solved. It happened once. One person. Now ask yourself why everyone jumped in the way. No, they were already in the way, weren't they? Everybody who's in the chase, be they acting or not, has a soul that they are supposed to have. Now, if they believe they're entitled to something, they're going to keep jumping and shouting and screaming because they believe they're entitled to something. Will I am. He did make 2 trips. Well, he said he hid the chest and then he hid the treasure. He didn't say he hid them together. He could have hid an empty chest and then hid the treasure somewhere else. Oh, come on, you know better than that. Um, I'm sitting here telling you about the words in the poem. So hear me all and listen good, and you're saying he didn't make good decisions. The information you're getting is information that you're supposed to get in order to understand something. The poem says that Forrest did it tired and now he's weak. It also says, why is it that I must go? Now, Forrest went and was weak when he went and told us in the poem that that would be the case. And you're prepared to ignore all of that because of the soul that you have. I'm not prepared to ignore it. I'm prepared to accept that that is what's going to happen and try to understand why those words were used and how it is going to happen. And that is Forrest saying, can I make it happen the way that it's supposed to be? So all of that information has to come together, all of it. Now, if that means I have to throw out a solve because it doesn't take into account that information, then I throw out the solve and start again. Because Forrest said, if you get lost, go back to the beginning, start again. Funny, people think you have to be a Christian to know the Bible. I did do the challenge, the Bible challenge, like read the whole Bible. And what I found was it was the same story that you could have fitted on a post-it note, maybe, just by different people. So they were saying the same thing from a different point of view, which was like, well, I've just read this, and then I've just read this as well. I've just read this as well. So you're reading the same thing over and over again for most of the time. But my main concern is it don't make sense. If you're in the Garden of Eden and you're Adam and Eve, firstly, it's all incest, and that can't be right. Secondly, when they got chucked out of the garden, they met these people. You're supposed to be the first people. How do you meet these people when you get chucked out of the garden? So it went downhill from there. I tried to, listen to it and understand it, but something didn't make sense. Not that I don't believe there's a God, but that just didn't make sense. Well, spiritual means poem, so he's probably the most poem man. I think those, those hairs are going to come important soon, and the wax seal and the wearing of a bracelet and best revenge and all those things. And the story is real, the treasure is real. All those things should um, culminate in the conclusion of what is the chase. Yes, hear me all. Um, that's another word for it as well, I think. All in it. Not all in oaks, all in it. It was Jack, isn't it? Yeah. I don't believe that Jack was the solver. I think Jack asked Forrest if it was the chest that's in the frill of the chest. Absolutely, it was the chest that's the picture. It's the chest on the dust cover, the one that if you're holding the book is in your lap, and when you open it, you either laugh or cry or whatever was the statement. I got lost at just backtracked to the previous point, and it was spot on, spot on. Can't see any fault in that. No one has. Oops. I think that's where you and me differ. Chase Gov must be Forrest Fenn, and then my idea was to try and help Forrest Fenn because he said, "Can I make it happen the way that it's supposed to be?" So it wasn't about you solving it or me solving it or somebody else solving it potentially. It was about Forrest making it happen. So Forrest was going to try and make somebody solve it one way or another. That's your opinion. But I think Forrest was making everybody solve it with the same information. Just people think differently, so they chose their own information that they understood that they wanted to be correct. I chose everybody's information because the information I was getting didn't stack up with what Forrest was saying. So I did lots and lots and lots of different ones because they all came out wrong. Whilst they were good souls, trust me, brilliant souls. If I was of the same mind as the people in the chase, I would be shouting and screaming the same as you lot, saying, "Look, my solve's the correct solve. It's perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm entitled to the chest." I'd have been saying those things, but I don't believe that's the case. Those souls, whilst they were perfect and correct, seemingly, they had flaws, which made them incorrect. Yeah, exactly. There is. That's the same as every other solve. There'll be interesting clues with Five Leafs. There'll be interesting clues with Greg's. There'll be interesting clues with Bill's. There'll be interesting clues with Dave. There'll be interesting clues. All those solves will be made to work. All of them. The thing is, do they stack up with what Forrest Fenn said? So, those first clues that you're talking about, Frank, can the little girl from India get closer than the first two clues? If you solve the first two clues, do you walk right by the chest? If you know the home of Brown, do you go right straight to it? All of those bits of information need to be in that solve that you were talking about that Greg's got. I don't say that Greg's going to be wrong. I just say it's possible that it's no different than all the other solves that people have had. It's possible that he has the correct solve, but that would mean that Forrest is a liar. Forrest isn't a liar. It would also mean that Forrest left the chest out there after saying it was found. That potentially could be true because Forrest wanted to take it with him. But even that, Forrest has gone. That would mean that Greg would have to find Forrest draped on that chest. That's how I see it. I'm not saying that Greg won't find that. I'm saying that's what I see. If that's the case, I don't see that happening. So, without according to the poem, Greg goes to a certain place because of those signatures to find a wrong chest or counterfeit chest in the poem, as I see it, because it's in the same place that everybody else is, exactly the same place. So, for me it'd be East End Road. For somebody else it'd be Queen's Laundry. Someone else it'll be, in Montana. Someone else will be in New Mexico, and someone else will be, but they're all in that place in the poem. So, the chest, that chest, a chest, would depend on the chest that you're supposed to be finding. Now, if the chest has already been found and sold, what is it that Greg is trying to find? Now, you're saying it's chest 2. How do you know it's chest 2? Chest 2 out of how many? 2? If it's chest 2 out of 2, the second chest, a real chest, potentially, is going to be donated. Or supposedly, that's what Forrest wanted. So, you're saying that Greg's going to go out there looking for a chest that Forrest wants donated and keep it. If he's not going to keep it and going to donate it, then it doesn't matter. He gets kudos for finding it and it goes to the museum. I don't see that happening, but I hope it does. Because he woke up saying Gardner, didn't he? He didn't know if he found the treasure or not. I looked at Adam and Eve as in Adam, the first water, stuff like that. I've not looked for Adam and Eve as a Bible solve or any of those possible things because, like I said, I stopped searching. I found what I consider to be real answers of a real story that needs something to end it. So I stopped searching. I'll say to David as well, the looking in the poem now is just finding out information. So whilst things happen in the chase and we find them in the poem, I don't try and look for a soul because I don't think that's the one he did. Oh, been going really quick now. Let's just stop talking. Oh, that's another solve that I did. God, something. It's been a wild ride for sure. Absolutely been a wild ride. So, yeah, you shouldn't ask why Gardner. Which garden? The secret garden or the gardener garden? The garden at, there's a garden at Casper as well. No, Greg's garden is his secret garden in New Mexico. Everybody will find a garden in the chase, or potentially find a garden. Who is got the garden? In his garden. No, he's always had the secret garden. There are other gardens in the souls as well. Just gardeners, treasure island, the oasis. One garden clue right here. Hey, recipe. Hey, what are you doing awake? It is good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. I hope everything's great at work. It's brilliant here. Thanks. I can't believe you're there. Hang on, let me shuffle some hearts. If I can get them. Excuse me while I talk to someone. There for you. Um, say hi to Petra. Well, say hi to everybody, I suppose, but thanks for popping in. You should be asleep. It's. I know you might be off tomorrow, so all good. Say hello to my friends in America. The baby babies. So let's get on just once more. Ooh, baby, you're a wild one. You have to use his boots. The poem world. Training, they play it on loop. How do you know who's Skidoo? You're not in the forces, are you? Fredericks of Hollywood. Fredericks? Do you think he had that poem? No, not on his. What got me was he said that he couldn't remember the poem and he had to read it when he was in the interview. So, what? I've memorised that poem. He wrote it. It took 15 years. And then he put his glasses on and started to read it. So I had to think long and hard about that. Why did Forrest do that? Oh, I've just seen that new one. You're writing too quick now. Mildew is an important word. I'll come to that in a minute. I'm sure the glory fast. No, mildew is an important word. I think I know why he chose mildew as the name for his hat. Who's good the second time? What, in Vietnam? Oh, Richard redacting. More the second. All souls are good is a flag of chase good. Also, all souls are good. They're just not correct. He said you need a correct soul. I don't know if you're being paid 5 to do this, but you're doing a good. Give me 20. Get down on the ground. Give me 20 now. No souls are relative. Everyone. Oh, some hot chocolate going there. We all entered a quest to solve a poem that is not. Yeah, but thing 5 is everybody solved it. You can't say they didn't. They all solved it. They just don't have the same solve as you. Free chess, says Frank. Well, if you're going by what Forrest said, you'd have to say 5 chess, wouldn't you? 5 keys. 5 keys. If you found those 5 chests, so potentially, listening to what Forrest says, and change history in the Southwest. Southwest of where? Chess is in Texas, so great. Nice one, Bill. Chess is in Texas. Right, he's not going to find it. 0 chests. Well, so I have this conversation with Davey that Forrest said, I hid a chest in the Rocky Mountains. If you find it, you can have it. So there must be one chest that Forrest hid in the Rocky Mountains. But it could have been an empty chest. But he did say, did the hot water affect the patina? So therefore, there's a chest somewhere in the Rocky Mountains where potentially there's hot water that could affect the patina. Memories will remember. Good song, that is. Great song. Should have been released. Maybe it'll be released at the end of the chase. Now that I lost everything to you, you say you are something. You lot are doing song lyrics all night now. You said of someone who cracked garden. Your garden is incorrect. You've got a Y. Gardener. Hang on. Howdy hi again. Imagination of innocence. Hello again. How are you doing? Always, always very, very polite. Thank you. Yes, I am well and I'm enjoying retirement. It's absolutely real. Thank you for all of those statements and I hope you're having a really good time. Can you send some of that sun this way? It is a natural for people in the competition to take. Well, yeah. That's what Dave Man from the East did. He even took the little brown signs part of that as part of his soul. It's like, well, that's in Wyoming. You've used that as well. That's another good solve. Little brown signs and Beryl Springs. That's definitely, could be warm water salt where it freezes while it's warm. Ben, the two of us. The two of us. There's another song lyric. Where is Pirate? He's gone quiet. Michael Jackson song about a rat. I wish for. Oh no, somebody used that the other day. Turned the www made. Seven chests. Seven Sisters. That's where my team plays as well, or near there. The Seven Sisters. Arsenal, another good word in the chase. And Seven Sisters up there. Hey, hush whisper. Hey. Sure there is. 3.3 years is plenty of time to have proven something strategy research reliant. Mark say 5. If you are the person who did this, you will find out. But I would hazard a guess that if you were the solver, you would understand what is happening. Tuesday if. Is that the nickel? Research is our pyramid that's humans worried about work there. It's not a fake ending. Well, yeah, it's a fake ending, but it's not the end. Oh, you're lurking, are you? Back to your old tricks, Ben. I will manifest a wonderful sunny weekend for you beginning November 17th, 2023, just because. Thank you. I appreciate that imagination. So, thanks. It's all fake. Where have I heard that before, Paul? We know it's all fake. Oh no, now Ben's confusing me. Or is that Ashley? Ben, are you pirate or not? Ashley, was that you writing what tricks? Or is that you, Ben, trying to make me think that it's not you? No, you're really trying to confuse me. Shh. Who are you shushing? They can't prove 9 Mile Hole thereabouts. Read the poem. It tells you all about 9 Mile Hole. Oops. Didn't want to do that. No, I'm not pirate. It's me, Ben. There's no gesture. Oh, hi, Ben, then. At least we got to the end of that, then, or the bottom of that. How you doing, Ben? While you're here, then, Ben, can I just make a statement or a complaint or whatever it is? Why have you not gone live on Tuesday and discussed what's happening with that stoof.com? There's obviously no more countdowns, and it seems like there's a gentleman in there walking into the corn, and Waldo's gone. And that is a great tune on there. Absolutely great tune. Whole card. I've played it over and over. I enjoyed that. Definitely a pirate, Ben. Well, Ben's Ben, apparently. So all those people that are saying pirate is Ben, you are incorrect. Hey, sweet peep. Sweet peeps. Now that sounds like Barbara or Kiwi. Which one is going to own up that they are? Good to read you, sweet pea. Definitely quite good. It's like 40 Fenn highs and 40 Fenn highs of highs versus 40 people every day. They can't even get 5. You're making me work now. Shiver me timber. That was another one, wasn't it? The 7th Cavalry ended up in the timber. Oh, did I talk to you about Buffalo Bill? Forrest was born 100 years earlier. He'd have grown up the same time as Buffalo Bill. Might have ended up fighting against him at the Little Bighorn. And that didn't go as we've been told either, apparently. Interesting if you read about Sitting Bull. String is a wire, a live wire. How did it get out of the door? I got distracted this week with the Impossible poem. Congratulations with that, by the way. It's cool. Oh, who could be behind it? I'll do a string this coming Tuesday. You're a star, Ben. Always have been, always will be, I think. No, it's me, Sweet Pea McGee. Okay. Hi, Sweet Pea McGee. A live wire indeed. They'll sit here and act like I'm not dropping jaws. That's Hubs whisper. More lies coming, Ben, or another sub hunt. Paul, is that you? If that's you, Paul, then you don't need to do those sort of things. More epicness coming. No clue why you don't like me, Hush. Hush likes everybody, really. Yeah, the British are coming, the British are coming. Oh, don't be like that. So it doesn't matter that there are people in the chase that are here to help Forrest. You know, as far as I can see, we're all heading towards the same station, all of us. Now we can sit on the train and chat and enjoy the scenery, or you can argue about what you think is real or not. But the fact is, you can't argue about what you think is real or not because we're told nothing is as it seems. We're told. So what's the point of arguing about what you think is real when you're told it's not as it seems? Them are the words. Nothing is as it seems. So therefore you can't believe that anything is real because nothing is as it seems. You have words that Forrest said don't mean what you think they do. So stop reading the words and thinking they mean what you think they do, because Forrest told us they don't. So those two statements should stop all the falling out and the arguing, because they're not real. It's your imagination. You believe what you want to believe, and you will argue what you think is correct without any proof of it, only because you believe those words that don't mean what they think they do, and that everything is real. Until the treasure is real and the story is real, all of it will not be as it seems. All of it. The words won't mean what you think they do, and it won't be as it seems until the treasure is real and the story is real. And then, which is what Forrest said, something ends the chase. The chase will go on. Remember, it's not finished. These are the words of Forrest said. The chase will go on until something ends it. So we wait for that time. Stop tormenting. What are you on about me? Uh-oh. Oh, why did you do that, pirate? The fact is, all you're doing is making them more upset about what they believe may be the case. But if it's not real, how can you be upset by something that isn't real? If it's portrayed as being a bad thing and you're told it's not real, then obviously there's a good thing behind it. If it was a good thing that was not real, then you might end up getting slapped around the face. But we're told it's not real, and it's rubbish, it's crap, it's chaos. So if that rubbish, crap, chaos is not real, then obviously there's something good behind it, or there's something even worse. But I doubt that. No clue why we do. Sorry, Hush, but maybe if you don't upset people, then they won't have to do that. There's a way of talking to people, and there's a way of not talking to people. I'd like to think that we could talk without having to be silenced, but obviously not. Solved. What was that? Uh-oh. You're going too quick, aren't you? Solved the... I suppose it could be a partnership. But it does float and has been a target. No, pirate reputation isn't a bad thing. As I sit here, past midnight. It is past midnight here, it's 10 to 1. Is the ball of string a metaphor for the last clue that is umbilically attached to the treasure? Possibly. There's lots of umbilically attached possibilities. I think the olive jar will be the evidence needed to make it, happen the way that it's supposed to be. Postman always rings twice. I think if you look at those synonyms, that umbilically attached could have a reference to the string in one way or another. I never could understand how somebody could throw such a fit for something that never had. Yeah, it makes makes no sense to me. No nose to me. That was the issue with Dave from the East, claiming to be fraudulent, the fraudulent stuff going on. But it would only be fraudulent if he had property for them to defraud him out of. He doesn't actually have that property. So therefore, it's all about just proving that this was fraud. That's what he's going in. It's not about. So apologies for being silenced, if that is you, Paul, or Hush. But try and be a bit more friendly with your statements, even though if it's not real and you're told it's not real, then it must be something good. It's not worth getting upset over something that isn't real. Woo woo, the train, or just woo, without the D. It's Ben, and I haven't blocked you. Who's blocked who? Who are you talking to now? Are you talking to Hush? Calm down, Hush. Nobody needs to be blocked. If you want to say something, but just be a bit more considerate in how you say that this is all rubbish. There are no stupid people in here at all. I talk to nice people most. Yeah, that sort of stuff. People don't mind being called stupid if they're nice. I mean, Fire's been doing it all afternoon or evening or whatever it is over there. But, he's polite and happy with it. Oh, well, it's not stupid. It's just, might be shit, but it's not stupid shit. Banish all the gremlins. Well, you're just making him mad by being sorry that he's mad. It is all about the story, which is real, and the treasure is real. I know I'm trying to catch up. People giving it loads. Right, and read it quick. Manager said I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, he did. He'll be on the phone up to cold. So that. Right, let's go to the end and work my way back. Good pirate husband. Well, I appreciate the confidence in that. I'm reading as quick as I can. Is it possible to take less time now? You say, no, you can't even spell me. Gosh, what's going on? Please block M. Maybe this pirate to what? There you go. Solver. Who's Solver? Me Solver. I'll shut up. You know, not of which you make a good pirate host. Please speak. We know not of anything. Oh wait. I am just saying I know what happens every time when people lie. If there are good intentions in any way to the lies, it would be smart to just pay it up. But that's the whole point. It has to end correctly in order that they can pay up. I'm going to have to come over there. You know it when you could. I don't understand why people fall out when you're told it's not real. That bit just never be a gold member. Ooh. Yeah, and it's hard to know whether like some people are meant to create more chaos. I should post your past emails from years ago. which you're no better than them. There's no need for that hush. Like I said, I don't mind you not being happy with the people in here, but the language that you use, there's no need for it. But then, how would we know the negative side of the chase for some people? Those that think that there is something. Well, there's no need to be like that, though, is there? I don't understand why you want to come on and just be like that. What's the point? If you think that everybody's lying and you come in here to see everybody lying, then you get yourself blocked. You're not going to see anybody lying, are you? I already knew that. Yeah. So hang on. Yeah, Forrest said not to trust anybody, but he didn't say he was a liar. He said you don't have you have to tell the truth, but you don't have to tell all the truth. So to me, that doesn't say he's a liar. That just says, well, maybe I'll be a bit economical with what I'm saying. You're going to slap their hand. This room is full of lies. But we're told that anyway. Nothing is as it seems. So why are you expecting it to be, you know, full of roses and everything that you want to hear? Go and see the jungle. The voice. I enjoyed that. That was a great statement, imagination. First I have to be invited. Forrest is a liar until he makes good. How is he a liar if he says that chaos is going to help, me taking flack, think nice thoughts, nothing is as it seems, words don't mean what you think they do, you wanted it when you thought it was real, but now it's fake, you don't want it. How is he a liar? I think he told you everything you need to know. Excuse me. This is all about pushing an agenda, nothing more. It's not an agenda, it's a vision that Forrest stated in the book that he wondered if he could make and gave us all the information that could help understand what's happening. So far. But when I see a group paid to work day and night being deceptive for a rich guy, it looks bizarre. The thing is, Five, you want to be that rich guy. You're hoping that you get that money to be that rich guy. So you're making opinions about people that you're aiming to join, I suppose, if that's what you're saying. You can either believe that Forrest did it for. Ooh, Gina Marie Colvin Hill is live. When you've come to the end of the road. Ooh, are we at the end of the road? Is that a sign? I wish I was here when he needs your answer. Oh, and he will. Oh, oh, Robert's still here. I mean, at the end of this movie is some fault going 2 times. Candles on point up good source and not the end of the road, baby. Well, according to Greg, he's going to find the answer, so you won't have to wait too long. And I don't think he's going to the Dinosaur National Monument or whatever. And did you know, Five, that OD, when he talked about the overdose, that says to go by way of the dinosaur. So I don't know when you went to Your Soul, but probably 4 years ago now. Just the word OD led me into that part of the world. I didn't need the rest of the codes for that. I think things are getting epic, clever, and I'm laughing at what I'm understanding from the evolving clues. Well, I'm hoping. Tigger! Woohoo! How are you doing? No driving, no cooking or cleaning or feeding the dogs. Is that reference to the Buffalo Bill? No, not Buffalo Bill. The big nose bloke who I can't remember what his name was, but they took his body and they made shoes and something out of him. That was funny. Run away, run away! Click clop, click clop. Have no energy today. Hope who hurries up. Yeah, it's cool. I don't mind. I think. Thanks, Richard. I came on because two things. First, Steve.com I thought had an important message, and secondly, even if Granny is part of the chase, I'll take offence when somebody swears at me or swears at all of us and calls us stupid when they don't know the answer themselves. So, and I'm not saying that I know the answer, but I'm saying I'm not going to call you effing stupid, should be in the chase, because I don't have the answers, or because you don't have the answers. Yeah. Thank you, Imagination, for doing my job for me. Thank you, Wrenches. I thought you said wenches for a minute, but it definitely said wrenches. Is that with reference to it being flooded? That might have been weird. Who am I? Hush puppy. Do you want me to? I'm house shopping, but I'm not on the west coast. Not yet. You're not. But you said you're going somewhere in the country, Bill. You don't like the towns. Ooh, some pivot going on. Sorry, Mary, doing so much. I hope you get it sorted. Yeah, I don't mind. I'm not expecting anybody to be beholden to what I'm. 36 people? Blimey, yeah. We've got nothing better to do. Must be on my house. I've yet to meet a person in the chase who intimidates. Yeah. Uh-oh. Why'd you do it, Hush? There's absolutely no reason to pee people off. And the people I've given a wrench to, I trust them to do the right thing. So whilst I try to let people say what they want to say, when you just behave inappropriately, I can't stick up for you. Absolutely no. No. Gulf of Mexico is closer than the West Coast. Five. There is no stalemate. There is something that's happening, and then if it's you, you'll know. And if it's not you, you'll know. And if it's, anybody, they'll know. Oh, you're starting to sound like Fendi now, Larry. Yeah, she said Missouri and Arkansas. Oh, you didn't say Virginia before. I think they're having as much fun with you as you are with them. Hush. He's on Forrest feet. Stay out of Virginia. Oh, Tigger. Are you saying because you live there you don't want him there? Or are you saying because Virginia's not a nice place? Kentucky and Tennessee too. Didn't say Nashville, where Rudy and them are, did you? Even though you like a guitarist there. Hush. You are spelling these words incorrectly. Are you doing it on purpose? What for, Richard? I'll go where the music takes me. Where the music moves. I'll go wherever I want. You're not my. I don't think they meant it horribly. Nashville area floods. You just need a positive attitude there, Hush. Pirate, do you fly in the sky or sail in the seas? Oh no, with DB Cooper in it. We go in there. Libs run Virginia. I think that's why she was saying stay out. Or he was saying stay out. God, I hate this. I prefer legal 426. Give me the drugs, man. I need drugs. Scarlet is just a sky pirate. They live sunglasses. Yeah. Good film that was. I might just toss an alligator. Just one? I wonder if Forrest could only have one alligator. Which one would he have chose? Beowulf or Elvis? Do you think he would have let one of them eat that? Was it a senator? Governor? God. If that's a true story and I was there and turned around and saw that, no. Reminds me of that film, what film, that James Bond moment where he jumped across them. They were both kings. And irate. Pirate and irate. Not pyrite, pirate. Bigfoot is an alcoholic who's anti they were both kings. So the thing is, give yourself away when you say things like that. Oh, you shouldn't say things like that. Caper culprits. So looking at that stiff.com, didn't you think it was weird that DB Cooper got a mention there? Like, Karen got a mention with the planets, I think. Unless that was me and Davey as well with planets. Troy got a mention, I think. I think the back wall had like the dove in the moon. I thought that was important. Got Einstein. You got the bull with horns, the bison or buffalo, whatever it is. You've got the biddy with the blaze hat. Hmm. So I thought we were all. Dang. Dang. Fanny pirates. What the hell is a twin? I do think it's weird. DB Cooper is DB Cooper on ticket from shoots on glasses. See, I see it as anything in that room is a red herring. And one of the answers that Forrest knew about, just my opinion, most of the stuff in there is a soul that's been in the chase, but outside the room, that's a different matter. Outside, there's some good stuff going on outside, and a key, the spur. But if you look now, Waldo's gone, and someone is in the telly. I just think there's 10 people who you would not notice if they were struck by lightning. You know what that means? What's weird is you pulled your and then pulled the stoop side down. Wonder why. Well, maybe things are moving as they should. I like that. Everything in the room is a red herring. Fine by me. Well, that's you see the red herring at the top, and then everything underneath is a potential soul. If you look at what they are, so there's a gallery soul that is potential. There's obviously the planet soul that Karen gave that was potential. There's a try the wheel soul. There's the DB Cooper soul. There's the EC Waters shipwreck soul. That looks like that ship is beached. Or there's another soul that I don't want to talk about that might be wrong as well. And other souls in there if you look at it. Somebody talked about the paper planes. The ring, the emerald ring soul, the trying to remember off my head. Indian campground soul. Is it Indian campground? Those sort of things. Congratulations, Rob. Get in the car. My ship is on fire. Since the world's been turning. The bed's burning. Put it on your bed for 30 days as long as it's not burning. Yeah, I believe that there are definitely answers. And that obviously would lead to fun, I suppose. But like I said the other day, the timeline seems a good timeline, but something has to end the chase, and if there's something doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. David B. Cooper. 4 safes since the world was turning. Uh-oh, Usher's gone rogue again. I've been walking. Your intellect shines. I don't know who's talking about now. Hush. Tried pirate. Oh, that one. Good for you, Rob. Will you be driving it to London? That sounds like a James Bond car. Lightning Headlong King. Marriott. I find it interesting that probate is closing. Yeah, that is interesting. thing is, probate may be half of what is involved, if that, and then something has to end it. No, but a date a girl from London. Yeah, which is a secret place or a safe place or a special place. Shiloh stands for. What's up with Taylor Swift? A movie. Well, she is definitely in the poem. I don't care what anybody says. The whole family is in there. So anybody who has a Taylor Swift soul, she's definitely in there. Yeah, not sure what the end of probate does, but it seems to me. Yeah, I think the good part about probate is nobody is hiding anymore. You know, what is potentially available will be available. And any questions that are unanswered will be answered because probate is finished. So there will be questions that people will ask about probate and about property of Forrest or anything anything else related to Forrest. I don't know what that means. The movie, is it a movie like a B movie, or is it a movie? She's doing a movie. Buffalo Bills go. Well, there was a point where me and Davey thought you were Shiloh, so you were relaying a message to yourself. There's some information in the poem. I mean, you already know that we know that you're an actor in that. I'm Still Standing, and that's in the poem. But there's other information in the poem about you, Ben, and the fact that you were told in 2009, was it, about the Forrest hiding the treasure? Ashley's in there as well. Don't feel like you're on your own. July 2014 before I started Boots on the Ground. Be right back, Tigger. More makeup. Yeah, more makeup. And a wig I need. I think, but it can't hurt to hear. See, I don't mind hearing bad information because then I can make an opinion from the bad and the good information. But I have to take into account who's giving me the information and what information do I already have. I don't. Hey, Steve. All is good. Thanks for asking. Thanks for saying. I hope all's good with you. Nice to have you in it. 2009. Yes, and I feel a bit envious of the fact that you did. I think you mean to be well, any time at all, to be fair. Ah, hi, Star. Sorry. You shoot past then. I missed you. Thanks for Larry saying hello. It's good to have you in here. I can't believe there's still 36 people. Cut some, gone some left. It's so who is this state of quiet due to some weak reason. Well, that's if you contact her or whether she wants to interact. She might not want to interact, and Shiloh is the one that does or will. Yeah, it's a shame that we don't speak to Zoe and Kelly. Although, I don't know. It could be in chat for all we know. Yeah, a random TV show. A bit like Elton John, he's still standing as well. Um, yeah, there's more information than that. It's just the thing with the poem is once you start reading it and it gives you information, sometimes your own bias makes you want to put something else in. But you soon find out that you're wrong because it doesn't make any sense. So you have to follow what makes sense in the actual reading of it. So it doesn't just say that you're in that show. There's other stuff. Anything new? No, nothing new really. I was really started out by saying that the word found means begin. So obviously the word begin means found. So if you read the poem found it where warm waters halt, that's a little bit different than begin it where warm waters halt. It also means blaze and also means put in. So you could read the poem a lot different with just those four words from found. I mean, and the same with the word it. It means something, and something ends a chase. So begin something where warm waters halt. Well, what is it you're beginning? And take it in the canyon down. So, as I've said, I've done hundreds and hundreds of solves and found, other people's solves in there by looking at the poem differently, by trying to use what Forrest was saying and try to use that as a starting point. But then I did that, and as it happened, listening to Forrest, he was like basically saying, "No, I told you it was, above 5,000 feet. No, I told you, mountains and trees. No, I told you if I told you the Homer Brown. No, I told you." So the first two clues went right by the chest. So each time I was doing a solve, Forrest was going, "No, it's not that one because I told you this." He wasn't actually saying it. I was just looking at the poem and looking at my solve and thinking, "Well, what did Forrest say?" And more often than not, he'd just slap me down and say, "That's wrong, you idiot. You're not listening to me." Um, and it's the same with the Try the Wheel or the Cipher or Hand of God or whatever solve there is. It doesn't matter. When I looked at it through Forrest's eyes, he said no. A bit like the computer. The computer says no, it's not. So I had to try and find a solve, which is why I say it's try the law wheel. I had to try and find a solve that would take into account everything that Forrest said. And firstly, I had to work out there's more than one thing because he said my secret treasure. It's like, well, I already know about the treasure, so therefore there's two things. Then he said, when people find out the answer, they'll think, why don't I think of that? Coupled with, it's difficult but not impossible. Hang on. It's really simple, and you're going to think, why don't I think of that? And it's difficult but not impossible. It can't be both. So then I had to separate two different conversations that Forrest was having. Not, real, just in my mind and in the poem. Oh, so we're working on poem. Dream. Con is correct. Anyone know where I can get proof that this shit the Supreme Court? The last open case was McCracken, and you want proof that. See, I get it that these cases are a bit like the chase in real life, what's really happening, and those are just what's really happening with the case. Chase. No, I don't know where you can get proof. Is my answer. We're on about Justin now. Well, you can either work out if he likes looking for them or he thinks they're worth a lot of money, so he should look for them. Robert, you should pay these people less. Robert, are you paying people? I'll have some if you're paying people. I think it's New Mexico Supreme Court 5 weeks. How is that? I don't know if he's gone into court or not, but his is not about you, is it? His is about Shiloh doing him and the community out of what they're entitled to. Because he's not saying he's a solver; he's just saying that it's fraud. So he's potentially helping if you believe it's fraud. University of Forrest, Fenn, High, Homeland. Thanks, Pirate. I'm glad that you have more faith in me than my friends and family. Oh, dang it, Rob. Where's my nickel? The Supreme Court only shows Erskine case denied by Justice Kagan. Your Bears won the other day. I still hate that Erskine's soul was my soul. Erskine had a good soul, did he? I was talking about the Uncompahgre River. I remember the name of it now. And that the place was twinned with somewhere in Germany where Forrest was. And the soul that I had there, I wonder if it's the same as yours, Ben. And it was a good soul. It was another good soul, but it didn't follow everything that Forrest said. So let's kick it in the head, as it were. Another synonym there that might be worth noting. Some holes in the story. I don't know about the fun and games. So you have to believe that. Oh, there's a big whale. I'll try to read this. What's playing Genie? More than 50 miles from $1 million highway. I found a car 50 miles from $1 million highway. Going to the Sun or whatever it was called. Is that the one? This car was changed to fun and games. Do we believe it or not? Prediction or chase curve news. The news, the words that are given. So sometimes you might get a different story, but the words that are given are the same synonyms. You're just hearing them differently because you think it's the words that you hear, but you've been told the same thing, just use different words. Oh, Silverton, that was another place. I've never heard of Silverton. Yeah, even I've heard of Silverton. This would be good on Believe It or Not. It certainly would be good on Believe It or Not. Yeah, but like I say, fun and answers could be fun and games. It doesn't make no difference. If it's not fraud, is it fair to call it a mock game? It's not fraud. So your idea of fraud is because you believe that you've been done out of a chest. Take that chest away, and it's the same thrill of the chase. It's the same thrill of the chase. Forrest is making it work by putting out information that he said was for the finder and not the seeker. Now, if you wish to understand the information, you have to listen to what Forrest said initially. And if you get lost, as you're making out you are by saying that you think it was fraud, you have to go back to the beginning, start again. So find the information that Forrest gave you to understand the information that is given now or getting now. So a mock game, it's still the same game. You just, you're on to the next leg. Yeah, exactly. Fun and answers could mean lots of different things, but from Charlotte was fun and answers. And, epicness and whatever else came from different sources. So you say that like it was the South Canyon, but Tigger, butter is getting chilly. Hot stuff. What game is more of a real answer to what? Excuse me. It's more of a real answer. But the thing is, it's still playing out. So if it is a mock game, which is probably a good way of saying it, the game has an ending. What people 48 degrees. Yeah, Oklahoma State. My sister lives there. Anybody in Oklahoma who is Guthrie or something? Can't remember what it's called now. Is it Guthrie? Somewhere around there. Anyway. Yeah, 48 degrees. Is that Fahrenheit? That's quite cool, really, to be fair. If it's Fahrenheit, if it's Celsius, what the? Candy said epicness to Charlotte, and he used the word in response, endorsing it. Technically, all he has promised is fun and answers. So yeah, fun and answers. So if they're the answers that Forrest already knew, then that's pretty much you're going to be where you are now. If they are the answers to the chase, then that's different. So fun and answers could be where we are now. We have those answers already because everybody's a solver, and they have answers. Five Luke has his answers. Bill has his answers. Dave Man from the East has his answers, and Charlotte could potentially give you all those same answers. Well, I think you need to remember that Forrest did say in the book, "Thank Thor." Why was that stated? And why did he say, "I'd learnt more now in the last 5 minutes, whatever, than I had at college"? With those words, what do those words mean? She didn't know where. Oh, didn't know where. Or was it really her idea in the first place? Well, I did a video on her name and Peggy, Peg, Pearl, Margaret. I think if you look in Stoof.com, it looks like there's a pearl on the top or a marble or something. Need a pearl. True souls, nothing personal. Oh, the true souls. Yeah, in a week I'll be on. Ooh, cool. Take some pics and post them. That was another solve as well. Warren Air Force Base. Forrest was there. That was another one. And Warren is a rabbit hole. So that's straight in. You go down a rabbit hole and you end up on an Air Force Base. I need to. Yeah. Probably best not to rob a bank. Coffee time. I don't pick you. Just, yeah. So for me personally, I understand why some people are hurt, and I discuss it with Davey sometimes. That the reason why I come on is to try and I'm not no one in the chase who can give answers because I'm not Forrest Fenn, but I do have enough faith in Forrest to believe that there's no point. The thing we can admit is that none of us know anything for sure. So how can you fall out over stuff you don't know for sure? Now, I know people say, "Yeah, I do. I know. I know. I know. I know." You don't. You don't know what Forrest Fenn has planned. You don't know what's going to end the chase. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and you don't know who's being paid in order to make it right for people. You don't know that. So the best you can do is feel a little bit aggrieved and hope that those people that are saying you'll get closure, you'll get answers, you'll have fun, you know, hope that those things take place. But falling out or accusing people of stuff that they're not doing, it looks like you've done it again because you've been silenced. Yeah, but your arguments are because you think something's already happened and it hasn't happened. People keep thinking that finding a chest ends the chase. It doesn't. Forrest says chase will go on until something ends it. Somebody finding a chest doesn't end it. You finding a chest does not end it. With the best solve in the world, it didn't end it. I think, like I say, compartmentalized. People have information, but then they'll choose which information they prefer, not which information is truthful. I know I'm getting rich. I love the chase. If the chase could talk, it would love. Yeah, I think it would love you too, Rob. Ben, do you think Charlie plays Naked Twist? Actually, that picture of Ben that Granite put on there, I'm a bit about that. I think there's something there's something afoot with that picture. I think you should go and look at it and zoom it out. There's some photoshopping going on there. Very bad acting, but go figure. It's all an act. I took acting class. But the thing is, if it's all an act, what is the possibilities? What if it's all rubbish? Do you think it will end rubbish? Or do you think there's a reason for the chaos? You're calling it rubbish or fraud. I call it chaos. Yep, learn that lesson. Chase ends on its own terms. Absolutely. Something as a chase. Forrest said, when asked to end it, I couldn't end it if I wanted it to. So, Five Leaf, just not picking on you, but for example, if it was you, Forrest says, I can't end the chase even if I wanted to. Do you think that he could not go and pick up that chest and end the chase if that's all it was? And do you think it was really pulled if he said he couldn't end it? Of course not. So if Forrest couldn't end it, there's a reason why he couldn't end it. And all of this that you've heard, it can't be true, or it can't be real, or it can't be part of the real story. If Forrest couldn't end the chase, even if he wanted to, even if he wanted to, it's not about that chest that you think you found. It's not. Otherwise, he'd have pulled it ages ago. People died. His granddaughter was threatened. He'd have done it ages ago. But he started something, and he said himself, a monster. So it had to go through whatever it had to go through. The picture with him in the blue anorak that says fingered, I think, even that word fingered, I'll put it on the front of my video. Even that word, if you look into it, it's like, oh, come on. Fingered and, can't remember the name. But the one that he's done just yesterday, today, I don't know which one it is for you. It might be still today for you. Got a blue coat on. When you zoom it in, it's got a bit of Photoshop and stuff. It's a little bit, is that really Shiloh's face? Don't say that. Computer program. That's all about the matrix, the red pill, the blue pill. Yeah, I think it says fingered. I think it's that one, but it might be the one before that. But you'll see he's got a blue coat on. Can't miss it. And that's another thing. It's like, how do these people get these pictures? They do these videos with these, talking about other people, and they end up with like what we consider to be personal pictures of them. Better pictures than you get when you're trying to look up, the family history. You get a picture of them out of the book, or eating a fish, and it's like, what? So yeah, I think, how did you get a picture like that then, and then post it? Unless you've gone on their Facebook or something and got Fenn. Let's see Bill post anything. We are all playing our parts and doing a very good job. Because some people don't believe anything and some people believe everything. And I think that's what the chase needed. The chaos helps Forrest elude whatever government, I don't know, whatever you call them. Government what? Office, whatever government office he needs to. And then allow whatever government office he needs to affect the future. I think what people are missing is some things, there's lots of things that I want to say that, I don't want to say, but I want to say. But in that video with K-Pro, Douglas and Forrest, something significant was said in that chair. Not about a chest, but something significant was said. And it's like, to me, it seems obvious that that's what the significant thing was. and nobody's involved with it. Not even thought about it. Just don't get it. You guys, Mary deserves more than 3 thumbs up. Cheers, Huskidoo. You're a good man. Oh, and they've listened to you as well, so you're an intimidating man as well. Thank you. I don't really do this for likes and thumbs up, but I appreciate your conversations and the fact that you do like them and that you're here spending time with me. So before, even if 100 people came in here and liked what I said and the information that I have, doesn't mean that my information is the right information to have. But I appreciate that. But I don't. When I go on other people's, I put a like on because they took the time to do it. It doesn't matter whether I like what they're saying or not, or I agree with what they're saying or not. The fact that they took the time out to put that information out, it's worthwhile. Thanks for that, Miss Goodoo. You're a good man. We sightseed. We sightseed. We went sightseeing. Then what I believe man is in Forrest clause that he could pull chest. Yes, he said if it reached 10 million, he would, pull it. But he obviously said that in jest. But if I'm correct, it had reached 10 million. That's why he said that. And I think that was a clue, a hint to the finder or a potential finder. His statement of when it reached 10 million, he would pull it himself, he'd go back and pull it and get it himself, is because 10 million was, either reached or, not far off, or, I think he was saying something in that statement and it was more than just. So, yeah, I'm fully aware of that. And, hopefully I understand why he said it. Which is why I say it's not about the chest. And that's why he gave that information. That's why he gave you it. All of us. He said, here you are, listen to this. And, it should have pricked your ears and gone, 10 million? It's only 2 million or whatever it's worth. No, he said he could get the chest. Yeah, he would go back and get it. If it reached 10 million, he would go back and get it himself. But the information was a 10 million. That's what he was telling you. He was telling you about the 10 million, not the chest. The information was the 10 million. How does a chest worth, a million or 2 million be worth 10 million in his lifetime? That's the information you were given. How is a chest worth only 2 million worth 10 million in Forrest's lifetime? Here's some information I'm giving you from Forrest. This is what he's thinking. Here's the information I'm giving you. How does this collate? How can this be possible? Over there, over there. Not under that tree though. Maybe he gave it to him. I think it became worth 10 million and maybe more. The thing is, if you solve the poem, maybe you'll understand, what Forrest is saying in regard to that. Was he wearing one of them SR-71? Wow. That's the Blackbird, isn't it? What, the Blackbird? The stealth, first stealth? Cheers, Skidoo. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for thank you. Yeah, I'm not used to getting these compliments. I'm normally, when I talk about Forrest Fenn, I'm normally getting like, Mario, it's been found. Mario, he's dead. Mario, give it up. All those sort of things. So maybe I'll speak to you a lot more often. The whole point of the chaos is to make the chase happen. What happens in the end, I think, may or may not benefit everybody. I don't know what Forrest has in mind. No, I think the chest was worth 10 million, or the chase was worth 10 million. However you want to look at whatever that scenario is. Change channel name to the real Mario. Well, was it? Have I said it in here, or have I said it to Davey? I'd have thought I'd have been the only Mario in the chase, but there's Mario Scalise, whatever his name is. There's Mario Redding. There's Super Mario. There's me. There's more Marios in the chase than I thought there would be. So they said, will I change? Is it? No, that's the point we're trying to make. The fact that Forrest said when it is worth 10 million. Yeah, and that's what I keep saying. It's not about the chest. The chest was always going to go back. It was going to be donated, gifted, whatever, to the Smithsonian. Or I can't remember how Forrest stated it. But he tells you he's hiding the chest, and then he says he wants it to go back. So you ain't getting it. You weren't getting a chest. And it doesn't say you'll get a chest. It says you'll get title to the gold. It only says if you find the chest, go in peace. How was the chase worth 10 million? I can't remember. I think, when you get the answers, you'll know. But Forrest made that statement. It must have been worth 10 million. It was never going to be worth. No. In Forrest's lifetime, for him to say it when it hits 10 million, there must be something that's going to make it hit that target in his lifetime for him to take it back, because it wouldn't be worth 10 million as is 2 million it was worth if it increased in value, probably 100 years, and it might be worth 10 million in 100 years, but it wouldn't be worth 10 million in Forrest's lifetime. So for Forrest to make that statement, he was telling you something. If it gets to 10 million, I might take it back. So there's a possibility that it would have been worth 10 million. It's worth 50 million, it's worth 100 million. I don't know what it's worth. Well, I might do, but that's what I've been saying. No one will get that chest. Maybe. Maybe. Treasure is where always once you find it. It is. Yes. Just give them my heart now. I've got to be honest. Forrest said contentment, and that's not far from the truth. I think if you live a life of contentment, nothing else is of worry, is it? If you are content, then obviously you're not bothered about other riches or other people or anything else, because you're content in whatever it is that you have, own, share, love, enjoy. Yeah, you don't put chess, worth £1 million out if you haven't got lots more money to keep this chase going. So, my thoughts on it being just a chest. Yeah, you're saying some decent things now, Hush. Forrest did say that he spent 25,000. I think he paid too much for it, but no, you didn't miss much. Well, it depends what you mean by miss much. Yeah, I think AI is limited because it would have to have all the information. Value is the wood inside the chest. It's worth more than all the gold. Yeah, well, truth ain't a bad thing, although sometimes truth hurts. 1 in a trillion. Highest I've heard of a tuna, but it sold for 1.3. Yeah, I think, there's a hidden meaning behind that 10 million. I don't think he was talking about the stuff that was ever going to be sold. If people are saying that the chest was just the lure, then what is, Forrest, what is his, can I make it happen? What is that? Like it's supposed to be. What is that? Putting a chest out in the Rocky Mountains and someone finding it does not deserve that statement. Absolutely doesn't. No way. Somebody finding that chest in the poem doesn't deserve that statement. Doesn't matter whether it's U5 Leaf, whether it's Cipher, as good as it is, or whether it's Try the Wheel or Dave Man from the East. It doesn't deserve that statement. Can I make it happen like it's supposed to? Doesn't deserve that statement. So, to a place where even memory hasn't been, doesn't deserve that statement. Or the song Memories Will Remember doesn't deserve it. So, what are the things behind all of those statements? They're not just finding a chest in that poem. Never in a million years. Yeah, I think there's staining on that wood. Absolutely. I don't know what the staining is, or do I? Or what is in there. But no, I just think that AI is only as good as the information that it's given, and it can only use that, just like anybody's brain or any brain. It doesn't matter how good the brain is, if you only have part of the information, you're not going to get the full story. You're not going to get the right result. No, don't get it. That I don't. A higher hand will not try to help. think the statement was that a higher hand did, or that's the feeling that was given. But again, I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. Most spiritual men I know. Are they words that we understand that we know, or are they words that don't mean what we think they do? That's what you have to try to work out when you're dealing with Forrest, because it's Fenn speak. So whilst it's right and proper to assume that what you're hearing is what you understand to be true, it falls down when Forrest says words don't mean what you think they do. So in order to give information all the time, he uses words, but he doesn't tell us what they mean. So you have to work out what is behind the statement that's been made. River bathing is best, I do not believe, is about trying to find a warm spot in a river. Absolutely don't believe that. I think it's more information. Exactly, but it's still only going to be as good as the information it's given. If you don't put the name into Forrest Fenn to AI, then you won't get the right answer. You only have to miss one piece of information and it falls down. So as long as the information going in is correct and right information, then you'll get correct and right answers. And that might be. Like I say, the coins in the chest were 265 days between his birth and his death. His death and his birth. His death and his birth, going the other way. I'm not saying, INFJ, Baptist. Yeah, written by a higher hand. So say that's different than, well, different and the same. Depends how you look at it. Some people saying a higher hand wouldn't help, but yeah, I agree with that. Who's good? I think. See, this is hard because it feels like the people that are left are part of the chase and only saying and doing what is part of their remit or part of what they believe. But I think you have to understand the poem. You have to, if you're still believing in the chest that's worth $1 million, it's like this is way more than that. But again, it depends which chest you're talking about. So, if there's more than one chest, you can have more than one answer. And it's not worth falling out over the fact that somebody said this and somebody said that, because you don't know the chest that's been talked about. There's a secret. Absolutely, there's a secret. It was first mentioned in 2013 in that interview. Does anybody know about my secret treasure? No. Well, it's secret compared to the treasure that he's talked about. Something different. Well, I'm saying there's two different things. So, you could be talking about two different things and having an argument about two different things. It doesn't make sense. No one bought the chest for 10 million. No. I've said before, Hush, if you try to set up a surprise party for somebody, then most of the information you give to that person is a lie. Absolutely is a lie, or an untruth, or however you want to describe it. But it's not done for a bad reason. You're trying to give them a surprise party. You're trying to do something good for them, but you don't want them to know. So all of those bad things that take place, they're not real. And when the party comes around, all's forgiven. Uncle Ben's this just was a fishing lure. And, well, talking about if the chest was the lure, that was a reason to write the poem. The rest of it had to be secret. So there was a treasure that wasn't secret, and there was a treasure that was secret. That's the best way that I can say it. Pink. Benji. Benjay. Benjay. Ben, oh, at the Forrest extended. Did he? I think the hat doffing was aimed at Street. According to the poem, not me. Pretty fly for a rice guy. Say Benedict. Like I say, the 10 million I think was just information that would help the finder understand that take the chest and go in peace. I put an IOU in the chest. I took it out because I didn't think my bank was going to be there. Why was that statement made? That goes almost hand in hand with if it reaches 10 million. Almost hand in hand. There's a reason why that statement was made, and it's a true reflection of what Forrest was anticipating. What level is in what sense? Probably on a different planet compared to everybody else. Um, into the go into the papers. Do right. Precise reason. Legally wrong. I don't understand that statement. There's Forrest says you don't always you have to tell the truth. You should always tell the truth, but not all the truth. So why would somebody who makes that statement want other people to lie? They're just he's tried to make it happen without so he's bending the rules as it were. The chest that was found was stated by Jack to Forrest, is this the chest that's in the book The Thrill of the Chase? Yeah. And if you look at it, the stuff that was sold is the stuff that's in the book, The Thrill of the Chase, not the stuff that's been described. So where's the lie? I don't see the lie. I don't see it. Jack found the book that's in The Thrill of the Chase. Found the chest that's in The Thrill of the Chase. I don't see the lie. Don't see it. It was worded specifically for that to take place, in my opinion. I'm not saying that I have all the answers, but I'm saying that is a specific way of stating, is this the chest that we all see in that book? So if you think I'm saying stuff, you don't know what I know. There's stuff that I'd like to say, but you can't buy the soul. That's someone else's. I think he said, you have to understand why you can't have what's in the olive jar. Oh, pirate, you be going right back. Jack is built, only one thing is consistent. Yes, I told you already, Bill. You are a consistent name in the chase. Hey, Fenn, enough. So I've said to David that even though it feels like we're the only searchers left, in the sense that it seems like most people are part of helping Forrest, part of the chaos. I believe there are some, honest searchers that still want information. And it's not right to just not try and say something about something to ease the burden of the weight or the cold or however you want to look at it. And like I say, my information might be totally incorrect. But I'm saying the wrong things because I'm obviously killing INFJ. I think his nobody listens anyway, INFJ. If they're real, if they're in it for their own soul, they won't take any notice of what I say. Do you mean Too Far to Walk and Once Upon a While, or do you mean the books that were in the Forrest drawer? Go fish. With her song. Not sure which bit is. Oh, I'm saying too much. Is that what you're saying? Very truthful. Oh, very true. They're not going to listen. No, they're not going to listen. No, I don't have the other two books. Davey does, though. I think Larry sent him those books. The thing is, Forrest said all you need is a poem. And in the poem, there is more information than talks about, what we're doing now. Cheers, Neiman. I'm trying to do that as well. And that's why it's difficult to like have a conversation and talk, try and say the truth, but not out loud. So sometimes the words are used are the exact word that you need. It's just not the word that you hear. I probably already said I even did the Tao of Pooh solve. That was a crazy solve, that was. But, the chase gave you it. So you had to go, try and use it and see where it led. Crazy solve, though. There aren't many solves that I haven't done because, unfortunately, all the synonyms that I went through, they're synonym to the strangest things, and you have to do it. I mean, the worst ones are when they synonym to place names, like golden, like fountain, like security. Those solves you have to follow up on. I mean, there was a solve in Colorado that was stars. I don't know if you know him. They did metal exhibits. Structures, metal structures. And that was in Colorado. And then from there, going east, I think. So that was the blaze, I think, in my solve. Then going east, there was fountain, security, I think the name of the places were. Going down there. Just, I don't know. I think I pretty much started in Colorado because my first one was Cripple Creek, Phantom Canyon Road. And then I did the anagrams, went to Wyoming, then came back and did a whole load of crazy things because I thought you don't do that. Find warm waters halt and go down a canyon and blah blah blah. That's not how you solve this. Oh, Bill, calm down. How much money does investment cost in you? I can send a few hearts and flowers out, and 100% for your company. To see the detail of children often knowing the whole truth behind this front. I remember your words already, Hush. The package jack hole in here. So package jack. Package jack could be watching here. I don't have that facility anyway to do that. Babies. Unless it's on here and I don't know it. Many pages. A mammoth elephant. Crush them. Forrest knew that for people to Why do you think the soul is hidden? Religion is the so this will be like there's a supposed to be a historical document, and at the end of the chase, just you're supposed to know a simple solve and a difficult but not impossible solve, or you're supposed to know a simple solve because Forrest said when you find out, you'll think, why not I think of that? And you haven't had that yet. So when that time comes, excuse me, maybe that'll be something to chase. Oh. So, excuse me, this is when I think some people know more than they're saying. 2019. Always a new search button. It's a good job my name went Alice. Yeah, Oklahoma. If ever I go to America, that will be my first point of call, Oklahoma. I will see my sister. Actually, she has a name of a place in Colorado. I'm not going to say what that is because it's my sister's name. But it wouldn't surprise me if Forrest already knew that and had it in the phone. I haven't looked, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. So nobody's mentioned the Stoof.com picture or what they think of it. Yep, something like that. Noon. Thank you. Alice was everything. Well, you'd be surprised what banana means, to be fair. I'm not saying that, that's what Barbara was there for, but Charlotte has removed all the mirrors. Well, I didn't see them in the video of the house. And I don't know if they're real. The mirrors that we saw, the 3 mirrors that we saw that he was in, his reflection. Thrill of the chase is a lonely moment. I don't think there was a 10 million buyer. I just think Forrest was making a statement that said, if it gets to 10 million, I might take it back. So you look at it 2 ways. Forrest did this to give something, or Forrest did this to take it with him. Because that's what Douglas said. Forrest, you're going to be the one that takes it with you. So therefore, this simple solve may have been a way for Forrest to take it with him. Two-way mirrors. Well, I think there's a reason why there's a mirror in the stoof.com picture, I suppose it is. So there's the round mirror and then the sort of like car mirror. But I think they're related to 58 cents a pound. What's that? Evidently. I can't read what it says because the heart's in the way. I have to wait for somebody else to write. It just said beef. No, it just simply said beef. What? Bill, what are you talking about now? Found out the guy who stole my last girlfriend died. So, in the tally. So the last stoof.com image, there's no updates, planned or whatever. But it's got a picture of the telly with the man going to the corn and Waldo's not in the canopy anymore. Or tent or whatever you call it. So before, like, it had Inside Man and all those films. What they were. Uncharted, wasn't it? Is it Uncharted? Can't remember. Anyway, those in the picture in the telly, but this one has a picture of a man going to the corn. I'm not surprised nobody's even talked about it. Ah, is that what you're saying? Do you think through the looking glass to the solution? Through the looking glass. I think Forrest had an idea that he discussed with persons unknown. And it's not a new idea, but it's a great idea. And he may have been shot down because of this idea, but obviously determined, Forrest says if he can do that, then I can. Which I think is important, the can do bit. I think that's really important. So this idea needs a vehicle, and hence we have the chase. I'll go look where. We last night that talked about Steve.com. I saw a vid last night that talked about how a lot of on the bin. Oh, I like that. Well, a picture says 1,000 words, apparently. So moving pictures must say pheasant under glass. Maverick is a Ford. Maverick is a Joker. Maverick is Maverick POTUS? Maverick is genius. A rascal. Lots of things a Maverick is. China's a taker of America. Yeah, that was the statement I was making today, being that. So when COVID came out, it was it seemed like, how to take over the world without firing a shot would be to keep people indoors, eyes down, afraid to do anything and wait for the government to sort things out, and to buy up land and businesses and then destroy from within. Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, but Forrest seemed to see this world, but only in the future. So, however he managed to see this world in the future and all that could happen, and how he could affect it, it was still like this world. So I've done the Alice thing, and I've done the Peter Pan thing, I've done the Wizard of Oz thing, done Pooh Bear. I even followed the map in Peter Pan. That's how much I did. Obviously did the Alice thing because of the Red Queen and that I was doing in my videos. So Maverick is Ghana as well. So Ghana is another word. To see beyond matters not if no one believes what you see. And that's it. You have to have faith in a Maverick, don't you, Hush? You have to believe that what that Maverick sees, it's believable. Absolutely, I agree with that bit. Everything in reverse. So, but I had 3 mirrors on that poem, similar to the mirrors that Forrest had in his bathroom. That's how much I believed in Alice. Well, Mercury seems to have a role in the chase, especially as Mercury was a messenger. Thanks, Larry. Say hi to Oksana. Thanks for coming in and talking. Note to self, go on vacation, work hard when you get back. Well, have a good day. Get a good night's sleep and have a great day at work. What about Little Red Riding Hood? I don't think I've done a Little Red Riding Hood song. For some reason, Little Red Riding Hood is popping in my head, but I don't think it's about the chase. Thanks again, Larry. Pirate is going as well. Oh no, you're saying goodnight to Pirate. You're saying Pirate was going. Actually, I might be going as well. It's 2:38. Wow, nearly 2:40. Oh no, it's 4:20 you want, not 2:40. You can imagine. Get some drugs. Wow, still got 35 people in here. Believe it. 7 likes as well. I think that's more likes than I normally get, like when my videos have been out for months. Oh dear. Put your trunk back in. That's a tapir. Thanks to Ben. Hope it's Ben or Ashley or both. That's what I'm normally saying to you. I feel quite honoured that you're actually saying it to me. Cheers. I appreciate that. Oh, gosh. You're spoiling a great moment then. Cheers, Robert. Thanks. Now, I think Ben was saying goodbye to me because I said I was going. I don't think Ben was going. Or he might be, but no, that's not how I roll. I think, if people take the time to converse with me, then, I'm sure, Hush, there are other people that you know that are liars that you don't treat like this. Thanks, Ben, for playing. Thanks for the Forrest. Who are you thanking for that? I hope you're not thanking me. How the heck? Tree stumps. Pals. Palisade solve can be done without all of that comic book stuff. Just by looking at a few words. Joe John. Never quite sure if you're Jack Jack. Bill, you must be uncircumcised to be able to pick up peanuts. Yeah, I know the feeling, Joe John. Pot calling the kettle black. No. What does that mean? Don't know what that means, Hush. If it's an insult, I don't know what I've done to be insulted, but it is what it is. Is that in Okay, so it seems like a good time to finish. It is 2:42 walk. That's not a bad time, is it? I nearly did that last time, actually, to be fair. 2:42, and it's not on purpose. But for those people who had a 2:42 solve, there you go. Here it is, 2:42 walk. So for you, it will be anywhere between 7 p.m. ish. So 8 p.m., 7 p.m., 6 p.m., 5 p.m., whatever. Somewhere around there. Thanks, INFJ, Tigger, MJ, Larry, Steve, Hush, Joe John, Ben, Ashley, kids, the dog, the cat, all that's there. Richard, if he's still here. Davey B hasn't turned up. Surprised at that. He must still be asleep. INFJ. So thanks for you 31 people popping. 11 likes? What the? Wow. It's almost one of my souls. 1111. 11111. Oh, and the noughts. Don't forget the noughts. Uh-oh, there's a lot of killing going on today. That reminds me of them trying to kill Peggy, Forrest said. or kick June. Sweet dreams. You're not going to bed yet. Your words have been nourishment to my soul. Oh, thanks, Pirate. I'm glad I could feed you while you were here. So take everybody in the United States of America. I hope we are all united. Oh, some nice stuff. So, I think better send up the hearts and the flowers. Ladies first, flowers first. Happy smile. To you, gents, and thanks for your company. Take care, everybody. Hope you have a great evening. October 31st has an anniversary. Not just Halloween, but I hope that's not nearly DB Cooper amount 303. But yeah, October 31st. Certainly could be important. Thanks, Redneck. Thanks for joining me. Thanks, Shy Guy. These people just all of a sudden they just boom back in for some good stuff. Strong face with his finger, killing me softly with his song. Good night, Spence. I think you're giving it a real name there. Yeah, thanks, Hush. I'll say good night to you. I don't mind you insulting me. Well, not insulting me, but stating an opinion, I suppose. Take care, everyone. Killing myself. Which one is that, though? The original, or is that the Fugees? Which one are you singing? Pie, Pie, Miss American Pie. Fugees. Ciao for now. No Fendi today. Oh, he's got to. Special good night to Who's Skidoo and Imagination of Innocence. No, they're not here. Probably gone now, aren't they? But thanks. Thanks for those people, the 12 people who hit the thumbs up. Also, I'm not trying to make this a channel or anything, but I appreciate the fact that you appreciate. Solver of diamond dozen solutions. Darn heart thing is in the way. Yes, the darn heart thing. Can you move it? I wonder if click on it. No. Nope. If you right click on it. No. Oh, no. Okay then. Roberta Flack. Oh, that's one I didn't realise. Oh, Roberta Flack. Okay, ciao for now. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And for those who are nearly going to bed or got work tomorrow, sleep well. Have a great day. See ya.